Hello, hello, hello. Testing things, testing things. Let me get my phone up. I know I sort of jump into things when I shouldn't really jump into things because no one's going to be here, but it's better than dead air, that's all I've been told. So, what am I doing? What am I doing? Sorry, currently everyone's bearing with. Let me just see if that's working. That is indeed working. We have things. Let me get Twitch on my phone. I've changed the title as well for people who are eagle-eyed viewers starting up. I've changed the title of my stream. Group 4 Bonanza. So, let me hear myself. Do I hear myself? Yeah, I hear myself on my own stream. That's always a good sign that my mic's working. Or a second sign that my mic's working. Let me just get some admin stuff in the way while people join. How am I doing things? What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm adding the Superdraft, that's what I'm doing. For the groups, for the matches I'm doing. So bear with while I write in some civs. I got lost. There we are. Lot of civs, lot of names, lot of things. Let me know if you're in chat. If anyone, I know there's someone in at least. I can see a 2 next to the number of viewers, and one of them's me. So there's a second person here. Okay, group 4. Group 4 civ draft is very weird. There's a lot of sort of like weirdly placed civs. Like Frank's is someone's top pick, and then Frank's is someone's 6th pick. I'm not sure how that ended up being there, to be honest. Some people really do be hating on Frank's, and rightly so. Similar Lithuanian is someone's like 2nd pick, and then someone's 4th pick, and Lithuanian's such a top tier civ. It's weird that it's so low down on everyone's mind. Even Gujara's is someone's 2nd pick. It's not even there, so it's not even gone in the first. It wasn't even gone in the first round. It's such a weird group. I blame Jewel. If Jewel is here, I blame you. If you're not here, I still blame you. I don't know why I blame you, but I do. Okay. Okay, there we go. We have a thing. Oh no, I have to hide. I'm being sneaky. There we go. Just make that bigger. Okay, we have technical things of technical. Now let's load Age of Empires. It's always next stage. And a hello to everyone, to no one. How do I check the chat room on my chat? Let's see this. Nope, that is not going to help. It's someone I do not know. Okay, it doesn't make a difference. Okay. I will decide who I start first. It's probably starting with Blue and Hannes. Why that's not acting? Casting Blue, 7 and Hannes first. Well, Jewel's around, but probably busy, sadly. First things first, I will change change the sounds in my game. Probably lower the sounds of my actual game in my ears. Sorry if I cough at any point. Okay. Next thing is starting to get a wreck up. So I'm doing Blue and Hannes first. So that's ranked. Why am I going to ranked? I'm not going to ranked. Blue and Hannes game 1. It's a very weird order, but and then loading the rec loads up capture rate, which is very handy. Just have to hide everything. So that's that sort of done there. Yep, I've hid things. Nope, that's not how I do things. Okay, we're ready to start. So first we have Blue 097 versus Hannes, the first set. I have the map draft in front of me as well. Look at me being organised. Okay, we have first match is Land Madness, with Blue going for Hyper Random Light and Nomad as their picks, and Hannes as Low Tide and Northern Isles as their picks. So a good mix of maps, to be honest. A bit watery. They must like a bit of water in their lives. I'm not one of the, but they've gone a bit more watery than otherwise. So Land Madness is the first thing, so keep that in mind as we look at, we just have the Superdraft in front of us all. So, Superdraft. Blue has got Poles, Gujaras, Spanish, Lithuanians, Vikings, Franks and Vietnamese. Hannes has Franks again, Portuguese, Spanish, Malians, Dravidians, Khmer and Chinese. That is another set. So Frank Mirror could definitely be on the card. I would love to see a mirror. I haven't casted a mirror yet, so if I get to cast a mirror, that'd be very happy. Other land madness chances. I think Blue has definitely got the stronger land madness civs. Hello, Krita. How are you? Yeah, Blue has definitely got the bonus in their madness civs. Kujara is such a solid left, if I say so myself. Poles, not so great because of the lack of stone, makes it difficult, but things like Kujara, Spanish, Lithuanians, they're all very good land madness civs. I am okay, thank you. It is okay. It's also an okay day here as well. It's a bit sunny. Maybe that will change. It's been raining. It's been raining every evening, from 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock. The rain has come in very small showers. It's annoying when I'm trying to do things then. I've got to do things like this now. So the wrong time for rain, really, when everyone want to be inside working or streaming, for example. You sort of want the rain to happen during then, and you can go out afterwards. But nope, weather says no. So, go back to the draft. I can't spell Vietnamese, that doesn't help. I put Vietnamese. I'll change that now. Vietnamese, that's better, I can spell. That didn't look a bit right. Usually, sometimes the red isn't too good, but... So anyway, Land Madness, Gujarat, Spanish, Lithuanians. You were looking for really good scout play and into really good cav archer play. That's generally the sort of all-night play. Obviously, Gujarats can't do either of those, but their Shravamsha riders and camels are such a good option that they don't need to. The Spanish have okay cavalry archers. They got conquistadors, which is even better, to be honest. Lithuanians have scouts, okay cav archers. Franks have scouts, passable cav archers. So maybe not Franks, but they have very strong knights. They have some of the best knights in the game. So just going full night play. If no one has any camels, Franks I think will do very well. No one brings any camels. So on Hannes' side, also Franks, also Spanish. It's another Spanish mirror. I don't know why I didn't see the Spanish mirror when they're next to each other. They're picked at the same time. So potential Spanish mirror. And then Malian, such a good well-ranged, such a wide tech tree civ. And then potentially Khmer, potentially Chinese. Go away, boop for Xbox boop. So, I mean, I always like to feel like camels are a good option but if both players got Franks, which would be a very even matchup then. Whereas got Spanish, it could be a very even matchup. I think Kujaras do have the edge for Blue. But there's something like Malians. You don't really want to go Malians or Spanish on this map for either player because they're such a good nomad civ. Spanish is one of the best nomad civs, and Nomad is in the map draft. That's what I was thinking. Look at the map draft earlier, because Nomad is in the draft, and I think it might be wise to say Spanish. Both players say Spanish. Do a Spanish mirror there, which would be exciting. So, Lithuanians or Gujaras. I mean, there aren't many hyper random lights also in the map pool, so maybe you save Gujaras for that. But I think this is the set which you. I think this is the map where you spend your Gujaras, get the neutral map winning. When you win the neutral map, your life's 10 times easier. Trust me. I've been on both sides of that, and having to winning and losing the neutral map makes your life much easier or difficult. Depends how you're feeling, or depends which way it goes. So we can start. Let me hide the Civ Draft. Let me open that. There we go. We have Double Frank mirror. Okay, 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 okay. Double Frank mirror. It is exciting. Franks for blue flanks for blue, and Franks for Hannes. Okay, it's because it's difficult saying Franks all the time. But we have. I might change Hannes. Yeah, that seems better. Green on green is difficult to see, so I'll just change Hannes's colour so it's less green. I know I'm fine with me, but if you're watching this on a phone, it might be difficult. So, Lad Madness. Another Lad Madness game. I'm casting it. We're going to hear my rant on how to play Lad Madness. This is Group 4. These are the league above me, but doesn't start me criticising them for their lack of spears. Let's just say that. That's all I can predict. For this, people both got very strong cav civs. It's going to be scouts into knights. They don't really have Franks to have many options. They don't have camels. They don't really want to have to go archer units because they missed brace from the final archer armour. And I think they get a thumb ring, but yeah, it's not really a thing you want to go archers because come Imperial Age, your ball drops. Your ball just doesn't get any effectiveness. Yeah, obviously skirms. You could go for archery range for skirms. I think cav archers, Franks, I think do get them, but missing the final ball makes your life much more difficult in imp. So I think we'll just see a knight play. Don't think we'll see much in the way of anything else. So let's look at the map starting. Let's just go Hannes because I'm here. So that man, you start with wood lines dotted around. Hannes's wood lines a bit small, a bit open, difficult to get wood. But definitely there's a nice big wood line here which they may expand into. So you don't really see that much expansion in Madness. I guess you don't really see games going on that long, to be honest. If a game does go on that long, that'd be a pain to cast. But yeah, wood lines are okay. You get 4 tiles of safe gold and 3 golds over at roundabouts. You get some berries nearish you, and then berries in between wood lines around the map. So and 1 boar, patch of 3 deer fairly close, and then patches of 4 deer out. And then patches you don't start with any stone, but there's neutral stone around. So important things to think about. Berries in the back. You know, Franks love their berries. And you start with berry bush as well. So this does suit Franks in that aspect. Berries in the back, vaguely. With the boar as well. Could be useful, could be not useful. So there's a stone in the back, safe stone in the back, nice line. There's lots of gold in the back. The 4-tile gold is half safe, and these 3-tile golds are very safe. So definitely like Hannes is for gold, and for food they're fine. Fairly neutral food. And let's look at blue players. Wood lines a bit closer, a bit nicer, a bit more closed off. Makes it difficult to expand, but also difficult easier to defend. We have 4-dish berries. We have the forward gold, and there's no other way for gold. That is the problem with such a closed defendable base. Blue doesn't have many options for gold. There's this one back here is the next accessible gold, and the stone is just as inaccessible, and they're both forwards. So yeah, definitely prefer Hannes' start. It's much more open. It can be a bad thing, but these players they know how to war. They know how to war their resin, and they should know how to defend. And we'll see in feudal age if they can defend. But it should be in principle better for Hannes to have some room to expand, have some room to protect some resources. We see Hannes pushing. We see blue pushing. Yeah, both players are pushing on to the last deer of the starting deer. So that's fairly equal, fairly even. Not much idle time between the two, but now Hannes pushed in first, so Hannes is on the way of scouting. Blue is just about finished pushing, and hopefully should go on the way to scouting. Sadly, you need to use 2. You need to use 2 or 3. You need to use more than one veil to finish off a deer, because obviously one just makes it run away. You need to just take all the deers and then apportion your resources. However, once it's done. Oh, Hannes is not scout. Hannes is pushing in the next lot of deer, the 4 deer. It's not that far away, to be honest. It's quite close. Clicking up to feudal. So yeah, Hannes has definitely got the better Frank up time. Probably clicking up out of necessity, to be honest. Went loomless. Didn't even go for loom. Will they remember to go loom? It's always a bit dangerous. Loomless vills can be killed by a scout. And there are a couple of weak scouts from the boar there. Sorry, 1 weak scout from the boar. We see a barracks and we see loom in for blue players. So blue player's gone 21 pop. Hannes has gone very quick 19 pop. We'll see who this benefits. It's always good to get scouts on the field ASAP in this map. But as I said, this map's quite easy to wall. So we'll see. And I I'm just getting a barracks up now. So the barracks is in a bit early for blue player. Will we see infantry come out of it on the way up? I hope not, to be honest. That's a lot of gold investment. which you don't really want to have to spend, especially in blue player's position with no easy access to safe gold. Okay, blue player has found the vills, and they are luminous, so it's very dangerous. And this barracks vill is half health. That's not the best thing you want to be building with, to be honest. That could be easily picked. Oh no, sorry, Hannes has clicked loom behind this. So, unfortunately, blue players missed their chance, and Hannes is very greedy with their up, and it has worked in their favour. And also has enough wood immediately for a stable, which is very nice, very nice build order there by Hannes. So yeah, we see loom, we see double bit axe, we see all the nice eco. We see double bit. That's the more important eco upgrade on this map. You end up with floating a lot of wood, and I think Hannes hasn't bothered walling in yet, and blue players start walling in 9 on wood. It's quite a lot on wood, but once you get the straggler trees down, you might not. At this point, blue player can't really fit in that wood line, so maybe just thinks I'm just going on to stick on 5 on wood. Hannes has got a lot on wood. Thinking about farms maybe. Not that much on food though, only 3 on the berries, also already going farms. I'll definitely think about eating your berries up first, because when Minotaur starts getting on the field, you sort of want the berry, you don't want your berries to be one of your vulnerable assets. So we see Hannes got scouts on the board, we see Saber being rushed up, good call there. You know you're behind on uptime. You don't know that you're ahead on vills, but you're just sort of a bit scared, oh my god, they got really good uptime, they're getting scouts on the field. Hannes has been housed though, so Hannes has been a bit more idle, a bit behind on eco, and just trying to pump out Minotaur as quickly as possible. We see spears, that's good. Now we're going to see Hannes has gone forward with spear, so a very aggressive play by Hannes. Quick uptime, quick spear. It's got 3 scouts, 1 spear. Blue definitely needs to match that with some sort of TC things. Get the spears out. Get some good TC shots on there. It's always good to get a few extra shots. You never know when they might come in handy. So luring the spearman is trying to catch the micro out. That's very aggressive play here by Hannes. Will it work? I don't think so. There's 2 spears for blue player, which should be able to work out the spears and then have enough to deal with the scouts. And then the blue player scouts are matching. A vill gets picked off here though. Will it die? Probably. Sadly it dies. So we'll go into my rant when this ends again. So Hannes been very good. Aggressive spear can be useful, but yeah, blue players definitely needs more spears. Like I always say for all these casts, the rule for spears on landman, the spear defense, or any sort of defense, particularly with spears. Because AoE2 not, I mean I don't have commands, but because they use AoE2.net, because that's down, you can't actually find rank. Their elo is about 1300, 1350. Yeah, because all the stuff like Nexus and AoE2.net has gone down. It's difficult to actually find rank players. But anyway, the rule for spear defense is 1 spear for every 2 scouts for every undefended resource. As we saw 2 very weak spears die against 5 scouts. We see there's 1 spear die against 5 scouts. Yeah, blue needs to garrison. But yeah, we didn't lose any vills on that wood line, but it was annoying because that wood line's now been out of the game. But yeah, they're about 1350, potentially up to 400, 1400. I know because blue player is yellow in the Discord, so that means he's not quite 50. He's not quite over 1400. I think Hannes is also yellow, I believe. That's just sort of noted. Just know what kind of ranks they have in the practice squad Discord. But you see some counterplay by blue. Got a vill pick on their own, which is good. I think over the berries I wasn't paying attention, sorry. But no spears in defence for Hannes, which is not going to help them in the long run. This woodline's nice and safe. Was nice and safe. There's definitely some sort. This vill's come round to chop, come around the side because the lumber camp is part of the wall. So if blue player sees that, it could be quite dangerous. Whereas blue player it's not even that defended either. 1 spear is not enough for all these resources. And we see Hannes come back for a second attempt. We see blue player also come back. What I do like to see is blue players built to market. So Hannes is built to market, which is so necessary in this map. You ended up floating so much wood, it's really useful. Oh, that palisade wall was not up. That was the wrong palisade. The wrong palisade was built first. She dies sadly. Will blue player react in time? Just about. Makes another spear. Yeah, but you definitely need more spears than this. Okay, we see spears from Hannes. Hannes has made spears. I mean, it's not reacted though, and oh, you can take it against it. Yeah, four scouts can kill a spear quite easily, and that he's microing out the weak ones, and forcing Hannes to mine away the gold camp, which will work. Well, the spear almost stops that, but going on gold is a good. It's definitely a sign up to blue player that I'm thinking about going up to Castle Age soon. You can immediately after blue's like, I need to go on gold as well. They're thinking about Castle Age. Hannes' eco is definitely worse than blue. I guess having those vills chased off a wood is probably a sort of a secret blessing, because blue players definitely Hannes is floating so much wood. Okay, we'll definitely see a vill go down here. Oh, we may or not. The scouts are. Usually you just use a scout to defend, to block, but it seems here that holy market. We see that maybe they stopped each other from attacking. Oh, there's an overchop path. I wondered if that was, but because they walked past, they thought they'd noticed. But it is a choke point, and maybe get a scout down. Okay, now they just let them all in. Not a good sign there by blue. He's going to lose all these 5 vills. Where's blue's army? Trying to find them with damage. Where's blue's spearmen? On the getting there, but not quite there. Definitely engage with those. Your vills are going to die no matter what. You definitely want to engage. Loses one, loses another. Could have saved them, to be honest. But walls the scout in. That's good. Good job at the end. But yeah, lost 5 vills there, which is not good. 4 or 5 vills. Blue player, however, just waiting for the overchop. How are we on the overchop? 31 wood, 30 wood. There might be an overchop here, to be honest. I think they could just rush in. I think that's an overchop. Yep, notice the overchop. On return, where's Hannes' scout here at the gold? That's what you need. You need more scouts or more the resources. Got 1 vill, but there's enough vills here, and Hannes has been aggressive enough with their vills that only loses 2 vills from this attack. Already lost 1 earlier in the berries. Both players up to Castle Age. Blue player with a slightly better eco, didn't have to market abuse their way up there. So Hannes is there behind. But what does that would mean? More stables. Blue player hasn't built another stable. Can afford 2 more stables. Needs to really think about it. Hannes also got more on gold. And the gold's defended better. Well, the gold is defended. And Hannes has got 2 more scouts alive. Where will those scouts go? These Whisper lumber camps here is very, very weak with an undefended vill. So the TC is quite defended. So castles up. Blue players up first, but no stables to produce, making 3 knights out of 1 castle. Whereas Hannes has got 3 stables, hasn't got a blacksmith up yet. But then blue player has a blacksmith, but hasn't actually done any upgrades while going up to Castle Age. So blue player a bit panicky maybe. Now rushing up 2 more stables. I don't know what blue was doing on the way to Castle Age, because they lost all their army, had a whole minute to think about what they were doing, and didn't think about any upgrades, didn't think about getting more production buildings down. Just sort of, I don't know, had a smoke break for a minute, had a quick drink. We see blue player's knights, not sure what to do, has to wait for reinforcements. 4 knights immediately queued up by Hannes out of 3 stables. No, I don't think they got bloodlines either. Sorry, they're Franks. They don't get bloodlines. Silly me. No, they don't get bloodlines, but they automatically get guaranteed extra HP on their cavalry. I believe that's the Frank bonus. One of the Frank bonuses. Obviously, Franks get the farm upgrade for free, which is always handy, and then wheelbarrows coming out for blue, and yeah, already in for Hannes. So despite Hannes' quick up times and more eco upgrades, Hannes has got the village purely for the extra kills. If it wasn't killed, it'd be in favour of blue. 2 vills behind, well, 3 vills behind, but there's 4 vill difference. And second TC, I like the second TC. These spearmen are going to die though. This monastery is going to die. Well, the monks, the villain has to run away. Managed to see it in time. Spearman did a bit of damage, but yeah. And now the blue's knights are converging, but, well, 2 of the knights are converging, but more of Hannes has got a lot more knights on the field. But the good thing about TCing, the TC is most protected. These are all of Hannes' wood fields, and they're all dying. Hannes has not been very productive with making more lumber camps, or even reseeding it. This is perfect place for. If you delete some of this side, perfect place for TCing that. But Hannes loses all of his wood vills. Running out the farms are also running out at the exact same time. Some of the earlier farms have run out, and has to respect that. Lost 11 vills in that. I think it was now the 2 TC production from blue. The blue has turned that edge and just won that 1 raid. And not only turned the edge, is keeping their production up. Hannes is panicking, stalled production. Has to switch a lot of vills onto wood. And splitting off their knights. This knight now Hannah splits off the knights in return, but that's something that blue could take on a hill quite easily. 2 knights and 2 spears. Blue takes another knight, takes this engagement. You have to run away from this engagement, to be honest. Regroup. So I don't want to regroup. I think you should kill these spears first and then think about doing something else. Okay, we see a third TC. I definitely prefer TC in a wood line. Potentially this one if you can. Definitely, because that's still got the most space. I feel like for see wood line, you saw what you did, Blue, killing Hannes over here. You need to think about that. That could happen to you in return. Because they get the farm upgrade for free. They get these farms. Right now, but some of the farms that are being reseeded are going to be there for a long while, so there's not really a necessity to have that many on wood. But I think having safe wood's always a good idea just in case. I think this is still undefended, but Hannes has gone to a different wood line, and rightly defending. We see a monk get shot down, didn't get a conversion, but it distracts the army enough that blue has more knights here, and these are fairly equally out because blue's got forging, hasn't got scale barding, so in all around that I think that's fairly even. But Hannes is getting forging and blue is not getting scale barding. So eventually, well now, Hannes's knights in equal numbers will do better. And Hannes is back on the way of making lots more knights. Four just came out of or 3 just came out of the stables on 8. Good news about the monk, they can heal the knights in between. It's always good. I think it's definitely in Blue's favour having the monks in. Definitely, the 21 pop lead is gonna really help in this engagement. Frank's want to be pumping out knights constantly, and Hannes has had to sacrifice a lot of eco on gold, on food, just to try and resaturate their wood vills. All their new generations probably on wood. Engagement took the monk away, lost a lot of knights in distraction. That's probably a bit too expensive. If you want to take the knights, make a couple of light cav. That would help with the monks. Not sure what this knight's doing. Wandering to a gather point, maybe. Yeah, that's just sort of silly, sort of basic mistakes we all make in the game. Okay, the monk's on the way to the relic. May have seen that monk. Hannes may have seen that monk with their knights, see where it was going, or just a coincidence, complete coincidence. Will they get conversion? No conversion. Very lucky not to get the conversion, but they were here for the relic, so. And this guy's a good bit of knowledge that know they're going to come around the side. So what's defended? Everything's fairly defended. Look at the farms. They're all seeded within the TC radius. That's such good and safe farming. I usually think about farming near the mill as well, but blue has recognised that's not safe. Is this overchopped? I don't think it's overchopped. There aren't that many on wood. Here, yeah, they're being very careful. They've built a house here. Does blue recognise it? Early attacking at Palisade Gate gives a warning that blue should be there, but that was a weak vill that goes down. That is not defended. That is not. I don't know what blue's doing. Blue's having to go home. Blue's going to lose 4 vills to that, unfortunately. But as distracted blue's army, then it's a bit panicky. Does it go back to help? Because it should really help, or does it go forward? Blue's TC's doing a lot of work now, but still hasn't reacted. Lost another vill. The KD is now matching up a bit, to be honest. But we see blue upgrade it, stay scale and then chain barding, both back to back pretty much. Sending new reinforcements. That's the thing to do. If it's not many knights, you think you can take them. You send your reinforcements home-ish to deal with that. Don't know how that vill survived, but she did. Yeah, send the vills home and do damage at the front. This is still not protected. Hannes hasn't protected this second wood line. This is more knights than Hannes can deal with. Got a monk in return trying to get conversion. That's a conversion, yeah. So even things out a bit. The TC will help. These knights are +2 now, so that's going to help. The monk goes down, loses the knight. I wasn't that bad. Using one knight to take down a monk is always good because that means the rest of your army can be involved attacking. But a lot of vills have gone down. The KD was fairly fair. Eco KD was fairly fair a minute ago, 16 to 13. That's just now doubled to 32 to 13. Double the number of vills now, blue player. 3 TC's pumping. Hannes is having to get a 3rd TC for a castle, but can't even go on stone because needs to get gold production for the knights or monks. That would also be a conversion, yeah. That's a clear conversion. Monk's going to go down, sadly. TC's going to garrison. This might be a good fight for Hannes, but if he loses the fight, okay, run out the TC, that's a lost fight now. If it's 400 the TC, it would have been probably in their favour, but now it's not looking good. That's a that could be. I mean, you could clear. There's a lot of weak knights in there, but maybe it doesn't. Maybe it didn't recognise it. There's a lot of weak knights. Could have taken that fight. Blue player going forwards with berries, getting houses, husbandry, sanctity. All good upgrades here by blue player. Thinking about imp, idling the TC. Or was idling the TC? Thinking about imp potentially. And this has been annoying with their raid, but this is now giving blue player the knowledge like, wait, Hannes is right here and has the material advantage here as well. Having all these stables at home to produce close to the stable that's getting attacked. We also see a monk going down for Hannes. I won't get there in time, but it will get that down if blue player keeps on the stable, but blue players move on to the monastery. They only take out this army first, and the monk's going to come in, but the monk has to be very careful where it generates. It only has half the monastery to generate. Yeah, it immediately comes out, but blue is not watching. Sends a knight to kill the monk. Okay, but neither Hannes isn't watching either. Didn't spot, and the GG is called. Yeah, GG, good game. Frank Mirror, love to see. Losing this first field was stupid. I mean, yeah, both of you, to be honest. Hannes won Feudal Age. Hannes clearly won Feudal Age by getting the raid in here, but just did not. Sometimes when you wall in Land Madness, it's sort of it's more like business, diversifying your portfolio. Hannes went for one big lumber camp here, but that definitely makes it more prone to overchop, but it makes it obviously more, in theory, more efficient because you have to build more lumber camps, although your lumber camps, you have to work further away lumber camps. So if you aren't keeping your lumber camps reseeded, it would be more efficient. While blue diversified their portfolio, they built lumber camps in all their close wood lines. May have been a little lax in defending them, and in Feudal Age this one was undefended, this one was never defended. I think this one was also undefended. So lost quite a lot of arrows from these attacks, and Hannes definitely won Feudal Age here. I'll change that to best of 5. It is best of 5, by the way, but I've changed that. I thought it was statistics. I want settings. It's casting. Best of 5. Return to map. Give 1 to blue player. So Hannes definitely won Feudal Age, but it's very sloppy with the defense, and you can be when you get to Castle Age. A lot of things to think about. Making knights in this example, making TCs, making lots of villas from lots of things, seeding farms. You may think about forgetting to reseed the woodline. That's why a woodline TC is so useful in this game, because sometimes you just don't want to have to think about constantly rewalling. But yeah, so Hannes won Feudal Age, but did not win up to Castle Age. Lost a lot of things there, and Scouts do much. And Scouts aren't as good as Knights as killing. All these Knights here killed everything. And yeah, blue play didn't make enough spears in Feudal Age. Very lazy to spears. Had the resources to build spears, but didn't really want to, and they lost a lot of villas for that. Lost way too many villas for that. Hannes was very good on the defense in Feudal Age, but just a bit lax, and that cost him the game. Also, blue player was much better eco-wise. Despite the vil difference, the eco was much more efficient. It was far less on wood, and if you have to use market abuse to get up, that means your resource conversion into actual progress is much worse if you have to market manipulate. So yeah, blue player had the nicer eco, had the worse defense in Feudal Age, but just. I think getting to Castle Age first helped with the getting enough knights out, even though they were a bit slow on the way to Castle Age. Didn't get their armor on the way up. Didn't build any more stables on the way up. It was a good game. It was a very good Frank Mirror, and that is 1-0 to blue, and that is game 1 done. A nice quick game 1. I'm going to be worried if I'm not going to have enough time to cast everything today. So that's a nice quick game 1. Now let's look at the stats while I'm here before I close. Statistics. I'm not going to show you too much what I haven't already said. Eco-wise, yeah. Although Hannes had more resources, there were definitely worse resources. Definitely too much on wood and not enough on the other. Now just purely from the vil leads. A few extra vils. Quite a few extra vils. There's like 6 extra vils. Here is where Hannes lost all their wood vils, and you can see it just dropping. End up almost a 5,000 resources discrepancy. It's a very quick frank game, didn't see any castles, pure knight death, bit into scare. That's a one sentence summary of that. Okay, if Krita is still here, hello. I don't know if you are popping in or out or anything. So we have game 2, which for blue player versus Hannes, which would be on Northern Isles, which is hopefully Hannes's home map. Otherwise things have gone wrong. Okay, let me do that. I'm not taking my earphone out because you get the. Oops, that's not good. I didn't put the overlay up. I take my mic because sometimes you get the music of who started off with when you start before you pause. I don't really want to get spoiled. I get spoiled by that as well, to be honest. Okay, let's also open the Superdraft. So it's Nomad. No, it's not Northern Isles. Sorry, Northern Isles. Hannes's home map. We'll have one of Hannes's home maps. The other being Low Tide. So Northern Isles. What do people think about Northern Isles? What's the best water civs here? Dravidians is a good water civ. Khmer is a very good Northern Isles civ because of the landing aspect. You can really get land and really get a really fast uptime and be very painful with Khmer. So that's the thing. Khmer or Dravidians. Portuguese is obviously another naval civ which I forgot. But this is very early water. You don't see much going late. I haven't seen a late game Northern Isles game yet. On blue side, Lithuanians. Nope. Vikings are the main water civ that blue has and might spend them here. It's a best of 5. You don't want to actually spend all your good civs first. So it might be something the blue consider like to spend Vikings on this map and maybe just be okay spending Vikings here. Poles could work, Pole Trush. Vietnamese, that's maybe difficult because obviously your nomad civ is Spanish, and Vietnamese is also a very good nomad civ, and so are Malians. So I might be thinking about maybe incorporating them on the different maps. And Vietnamese town centre location is something that's very good for nomad, but their eco upgrades could work for this. I've sort of half revealed it to the thing already, unfortunately, because I forgot to get my overlay in. But I'm thinking Khmer versus Vikings. It is. Okay, they're going really watery. It is Portuguese and Lithuanians. Don't know about Lithuanians here. I think Lithuanians are really good on something like Low Tide, just the really open aspect of it. Portuguese, I respect the Portuguese choice because water, you're thinking, oh, I'm going to have this game go big, get some Fetorias, defend my island well, and be done with it. So this is not very aggressive. I don't think it's going to be a very aggressive. Might be a long Northern Isles game. Shock horror. Khmer is definitely the thing to go. I've seen a couple of Khmer Northern Isles games, and they ended early Castle Age. They're very strong. Early time. One went into Imp, but one of them it was very aggressive, very landing. It was Emu I casted, and Blue's own cast of just the other day of whoever they were casting in Group 1, Amrosh, who went Khmer against Shmabenko, which was, Khmer like fast castle, or even, I think even like fast-ish feudal into scout play, into fast castle, knight play, castle drop things, which Amrosh did quite. I mean, it wasn't the most clinical because it's the first group, sort of the lowest delay bracket we have here in this tournament. But eventually it will end into the victory just by pure stress-induced panic. But yeah, it was a lot of landing. And then you have one Emu Warrior clinically won in Castle Age in Group 5, I think that is. Just like the third highest group. Group 5 or Group 6, I can't remember. I think maybe Group 6, which he knows in, which is like the second best group. And just a clinically fast castle into Night Siege. Or was it Night Monks? Or it wasn't Monk Siege. It was very impressive and very quick, and the opponent did not realise that. AoE Hostage it was. AoE Hostage, I casted that set. And yeah, it was clinical. But yeah, Portuguese, Lithuanians, interesting, to tell you the least. Okay, let's look at the map. Classic Pokeball shape. You start with a transport ship and a hut to make up the population so you can automatically produce villagers. So you don't need to go double house. I think they both did go double house just to be on the safe side. I think it's instinct at this point. So you can use transport ship to scout, maybe scout for a good dock, to maybe scout some of your sheep. I think at this point in time in the map, they've all found their pigs. At this point, I don't think there's any loose pigs around the map. Nope. So with 2 boars, potentially have been lanes, potentially have been sheep being laned. I think yeah, blue players brought their boars in. Hannes has not brought their boars in. But yeah, we're thinking about both players have gone 4 decks, so it's going to be a very aggressive water map. You think people are thinking of fast castle, you would think like fast castle or landing. You would want the fish at the back so you don't lose it so quickly. Get you enough food, and if the other player goes food or water aggression, you'll have the. It'll take them a while to get there, and you'll have enough food garrisoned enough food stockpile that you're able to get a fast castle up time and then go into landing and aggression. So if both players go very forward docks, definitely sign that they're going to fight for water. Getting the docks out, getting the fire ships out closer. Hello, Crazy Joe. Are you in this Discord? Thanks for coming. If you have a different name. Are you blue player? Are you Hannes? Are you none of them? Are you just here to watch some casting? But morning or afternoon it is for me. I'm not in San Jose, unfortunately, if that's what SJ stands for. So we see purple ships being aggressive. One scout, one scout, one Vil going loom. Thinking about what though? One Vil can't do a lot, and it's a bit early to go and aging up. It doesn't have the food garrison to age up. So potential aspects for a landing there. Lithuanian landing, probably better. Thanks. Yeah, I would. It's just. I could find a link to the Discord. I just don't have it with me. If you want to be in part of this, it's called the Practice Squad Discord. Be a lot of very sort of chill, lots of team games, community. Well, not to me. Lots of team game practice, like 1v1 practice, and just like a very chill atmosphere. Let me know if you want the Discord, and I will send it to you when I'm able to. But yeah, feel free. I mean, I'm in lots of Discords for Age of Empires these days, so I can appreciate not wanting to be part of so many. But this is this is something called Superdraft, which means at the start there are 12 people in different ELO graphic groups, and each civ can be drafted twice. So 12 groups, 42 civs. That's possible. You get 7 civs to draft. 7 civs to start off with in your draft, and then you pick. This is a best of 5, and there are best of 3s earlier in this group stages. So you would pick the civs you want on these sort of very aggressive, very early aggression maps. There's Northern Isles, probably one of the more aggressive water maps because of the transport ship and the landing aspect, which we see here by blue, going for houses just while they go age up. Hannes is age up quicker. Portuguese have some sort of eco bonus. let me just check. I've done the Portuguese campaign. I just can't think what they do. Portuguese eco bonus. Yeah, faster research technologies. I knew they had something which made them age up quicker. Faster researching that does include the feudal age technology. It does it research faster. So yeah, faster technologies. I believe it must include the age up. But double dock on gold, thinking water aggression. Do they see that they don't see yet that there's landed units, and they might change their aspect. They might force them to put a barracks down quite quickly. Bluesville is doesn't know what to do. Can't afford a building. Sort of waiting. Got some wood in now. Lost all the wood. Yep. Okay. Now we see that Hannes has seen 3 houses. There's going to be a 4th house. What's that? What's Hannes' reaction? What we see Hannes do? Already gone for a wall though. Already thinking that maybe there's a landing. Maybe the uptime was a bit sort of what's the word? Sus. But we see Hannes' scout die though to the blue players and the Vil in combination. We see a barracks not being rushed up though. It's a 1 Vil slow barracks. So not too worried about any aggression. Blue player is constantly short of wood. Got double bit axe, but a bit short of wood. Not sure what to do. Stable is the right call here. If they've gone for barracks at home, they've gone for barracks at home. Barracks at home. Good buildings in the front. But we do see Hannes gone for the fire ship. So it's a bit of an interesting play by blue player, because if you're thinking about landing, you wouldn't go double dock. You go 1 back dock, get the food you want, and then be fine. But going double dock implies you want to fight for water, which means you have to spend a lot of wood fighting for water, which means you can't spend a lot of wood on production buildings. And blue's sort of trying to do everything at once here. Something that maybe I would think about doing in Northern Isles. Is not my favourite map in the universe. It's never one I've played for the Advanced Superdraft, because I've usually banned it or the other players banned it for good reason. But yeah, we see blue player trying to fight water, 3v2, rough advantage, but yeah, definitely a committal. It's definitely a strong committal for both, forcing both players to commit. Third dock coming down. No third dock yet for Hannes, but now we see a spear. Maybe more spears. Like I was saying in the Madness game, when you get into spear defense, you need one spear for every two scouts for every undefended resource. And if this is fully walled, this would be quite a nice little, nicely comfortably walled setup. So you don't need to go too hard on the spears. Aggressive spear. Killing the Vil is always a good shout, but a spear's not going to do that. I think Vil versus spear, I think the Vil wins. But probably couldn't find where the scouts were, forced the scouts to engage. But yeah, there's one Vil, it's not a lot of Vil, and maybe you have to think about retransporting, but it's dangerous when there's so much water pressure. It's dangerous to find access to transport. You could accidentally use your transport ship, and a game where you're fighting for wood, it might be difficult. So we see 6 fire ships versus 4. Yeah, Blue Fail's going to be sneaky with the fire ships. Might be sneaky again. It's going around and might kill the fish. They're going to go. Yeah, no, they're going to try and defend the army. Oh, that was perfect. That was perfect fish kills there. We see a couple of scouts in the ford. This Vil doesn't know what they're doing. You can't really do a tower with one Vil either. It's a bit sort of stuck. Might be worth trying to just, I don't know, get a lumber camp. Just make it busy. Forward range. Okay. I don't dislike that. You only see a stable. You only see a barrack so far. It will force an archery range down. But yeah, I definitely think that Hannah should build some more spears. They have spears. They just not do anything. The water game's keeping them occupied. So Blues keep holding on water, keeping Hannah's occupied while things happen in the east. A lot of idle Vils now. They run out of sheep, not sure what to do, but forces them home. Forces a reaction. Forces the spears involved. If these spears go down, the archery range isn't looking too good, but they can see it. They can just see that Vil. He's just poking out. Market. Okay, I don't mind that. Get the castle age, but there's a lot of archers coming, and archers will do a lot of damage. And if they get fletching, it can be quite hurtful for Hannes. Blue Player's also winning on water, so Blue Player's doing a lot of good things here. 3 dock production. Eco is losing a bit on Eco because they went. Why are they losing in Eco? Oh, sorry, the fishing ships. I forgot about that. That is technically Eco. I always forget about that. So we see Hannes using the dock Vil to repair some fire ships. Equal numbers of fire ships. Could be an interesting fight. We see a tower. I guess they've seen the archery range now. Yeah, they've seen the archery range. They know archery range was coming. They haven't seen the archers. Okay, are there archers? Are there archers? Where were the archers? There's a spearman. Okay, they're somewhere in between the two places. I've no idea where they are. They're somewhere in the map. Oh, there they are. They were just hiding. Okay, they're hiding in the archer end. It wasn't a flank up. That was very weird. But a tower comes down. The scout comes down to Vils though, which is annoying. Yeah, couldn't reach the tower, but I definitely like. Yeah, you can't kill that tower with a scout, but I think the tower's going up. Garrisoned. You can't even stick your archers underneath. Garrison the tower. Hannes, what are you focusing on water? Garrison the tower. Okay, the tower's garrisoned. Didn't manage to kill all the Vils though, so has to think about plan F. I think at this point, I think Hannes is definitely on plan F. Blue player's going for demos to make life annoying, but can't make any fishing ships at their own. Has to go on. Also run out of berries, so run out a lot of food eco. Hannes can click up to Castle Age now, and it's because of Portuguese. It's quite a quick Castle Age. Okay, Hannes is going to get stables. Potentially better for Portuguese eco stables. They're more of a knight civ than an archer civ. Not sure why. They get fully upgraded. I like some upgrades, but I'm guessing they're missing something at the end. What are they missing at the end? They get fully upgraded. They get everything. It's fully upgraded archers. I'm not sure why you wouldn't go put an archery range in, just like skirms and then into full archers. I feel like that's the safe play. You always think of Portuguese as such a good knight civ, because it is. To be honest, it gets quick good knight upgrades. But yeah. Oh, Hannes could have aged up to Castle Age, but decided not to. I need that second building, but also spend a lot of gold on fire galleys, but they didn't need to either. Yeah, and selling back, but also sold too much. Sell a wood. Yeah, it's very messy, very messy. Yeah, don't stop using the market. Just bank some food. Oh, Hannes has not go for any food either. Hannes has also hasn't made any farms. Okay, Blue's much quicker on farms. I'm not sure what that fire galley's doing. It's I don't know, drawing the attention. At this point, if you're thinking about going full fish, Canis thought they clicked and then spent fire upgrades and fire ships and wondered why they didn't have anything. Okay, that explains it. Thought they clicked up. I thought they clicked up as well, but then accidentally spent. Probably didn't have just enough food at the time, or didn't have enough gold. Perhaps the save wasn't down, so didn't have a second building. Thought they clicked, went to the dock, built fire ships, and then clicked up. It's going to be faster though. But that ville's still alive. That's the thing. That ville is way still alive. You can't really go full water when there's. Well, one does not make. Yeah. I wouldn't make galleys. I would just do back dock. Just back dock into more fishing ships. You're not making any fishing ships, and you haven't got any farms. And I don't think making galleys is the play here. You want to spend your wood on some sort of food eco, whether it's going to be fishing ships or farms. That's enough fire galleys to really destroy those docks now. And I think blue players abandoning water, and there's Ville still alive. And he's right. That spear could kill those Villes. Still, there's 4 archers in this case. In both the archer ranges, there's 4 archers around. This is way too much pressure on water. You need to go back dock into some sort of fish. Otherwise, you've lost the game. Basically, make some farms, make something. Sure, you're up to castle age, but what are you going to do? You can't even afford the upgrade, the ship upgrade tech. Blacksmith's coming down. Going to go full galley fletching, but against what water pressure? Blue players got archers in your base. They're Lithuanian archers, so they're not like the Stella, but they're still archers. They're still fairly good archers. I'm not sure what they're going hunting for. Okay, the spears are hunting the Ville. They found it finally. And the archers are going after. I still think that Ville's a resilient bugger, isn't he? But yeah, second TC. Ducks going down. No more fishing ships. No more wood. No farms. It's interesting. It's an interesting eco that Hannes is doing. It's a very late game Portuguese. Okay, actually, Bluehead's gone back dock. So potentially this investment's worth it. And then Hannes has found it. Hannes is actually looking for the back docks. So that's good play. The investment has paid off, but at what cost? You're wasting all their food on the war galley upgrade. Look, 6 minutes idle TC time. Not build a single fishing ship. Building one more fishing ship, just as well as crossbows. So yeah, blue player definitely feels like more of a land player. Even that monastery doesn't quite go up, and the Ville goes down. And the TC is weak. TC's got no Villes under it, no farmers. Even these berries haven't been collected. This is like some only these are they haven't got much on them left, but they're such a good aspect. And farms, you need farms against crossbows because you need the safe. You also need Villes with the TC. There's nothing to garrison. But these crossbows are finding things which are hard to deal with. If the galleys swing round, they could really hurt these crossbows. Or the galleon, if the galleys come round, they could really help the defence of the base, snipe out all these crossbows. But we see some good choices by Hannes. Gone for the Mangonel, Siege Workshop Mangonel. Hello, Jewel, how are you? You've finally arrived. But we see a Mangonel come down, so it's all good. But then this one Ville has built everything in their life. I'm surprised they're not building a TC, to be honest. They seem to build every single other building: blacksmith, archery range, stable, siege workshop, archery houses, palisade walls. So this Mangonel comes out for blue player, and this is the right time for some sort of land military out of this building. Hopefully, please make a stable unit, because that's what you do to kill. Trying to kill the tower, not going to work. Double Mangonel against knights. This TC is not defensive. This is not a defensive TC because it's got no Villes near it. You can't garrison it. I guess there's the monk. Monks is the defense. The TC isn't. See another dot go down by a blue player. Pretending to go water maybe, just to force the reaction. No more fishing ships. The fishing ships could get wiped down. No more docks. Back dock finally coming. That's what I like to see. Like 20 minutes. 5 minutes ago, nice to have back docks because you know they're not going to be a threat on water. You have the clear water supremacy. Look at the scores. Blue plays in the lead despite all the water units, and water units really contribute to extra score. I mean, these Mangonels could engage as Mangonel at this point. His redemption's coming. Okay, they're just going to think about converting it. Still not enough food income to pump out from one TC. Buying their way through villages. It's not a bad decision, to be honest. They've got so much in gold, it's probably the way to go. Where are the galleys? The galleys are there. They're not doing. Galleys could be good defense. You don't need the galleys to like. Galleys could just could park the galleys here and finish and just park them here, make the life difficult for the siege. We see we see the mangonel converted. We see knights converted. It's good things to see. That the mangonel's going to come down. Oh, you could have kept going. You're just giving sign that there's no villagers here to garrison. Monks can't shoot arrows. That is not good play. Keep the monks going. That's your last line of defense. Your monks are defending your TC from the mangonels. Mangonels go down. The monks go down from the archers. Managed to get a conversion though. There's 3 monks here now. I think maybe they can't convert. Maybe they don't have any faith, but I thought they did. I mean, the monks had to heal as well, to be honest. This mangonel is also undefended. There's a monk. Oh god, they put a monastery as well from this area. Yeah, the monks counter monk. Yeah, Hannes thought this was a water game. It's not. You need some water units you need some defensive water units now. I know it's like Hoxamon when you're being attacked on land, but you have galleons with good range. No upgrades, but they have some range. They'll make life difficult. They make life annoying. They might force a conversion or something. I thought that was a green knight because it was converted, but no, it's just being converted. Okay, that's a nice conversion, but it's going to be counter-converted. No, it's just going to be counter-killed. Convert the mangonel first. It's the most undefended. It's the most undefended unit there. But the stable's gone down a long while ago from Hannes. Hannes has gone for a TC. Not the most aggressive TC. Protects the gold, but from nothing. I would like to see it maybe closer to the water line, like there. Protect the gold as well as put a launch point if you want to fight water again. But yeah, this feels like it's going to be over soon. Blue player Hannes is not respecting the land. And that's not a good castle. I'm sorry. This would be the castle denial to end the game. Didn't use the Wraith. Monks. You're going to lose the monks. Yeah, you can't build that castle. You're just going to lose all your units. Because that was deleted. Thankfully, that was deleted. It wasn't killed by a mangonel shot at the right time. Use the castle. Use the villas at least to garrison the TC. Yes. Done something. Make monks mean. I mean, Hannes is making good unit decision choices. Just really bad. When Hannes makes a unit, it's a good decision. It's just not making just not making units. Making monks, making siege, just not making enough to respect This is basically a push. This is a push on land, and I don't think Hannes realizes it. This navy is just nothing. You could destroy some houses. You could stop this army. You could make this army have nowhere to retreat to. You could force this army back into your own galleons. Your dock's now under attack. Now, okay, finally the navy comes in. And the castle comes in. Does he see this? Yes, he sees it. That's why he's on the way. Where are the mangonels? There, the mangonel's just chilling. The mangonels come up. Okay. Now use the army to use the army and the mangonels as a combination. These monks don't have redemption. They can't do anything. The mangonel's more dangerous than the archers. At least the castle's going to go up. Galley got lost, but it's a lot of pressure. And trying to use it. Both monks go down. Okay, Hannes has stabilised it. Thank God, Hannes has stabilised it. Still got 2 TCs. Got a 3rd TC. Got a 4th TC. He's finally stabilised the push. Go for some rams. This villager is still villagering, I think, somewhere. Gone for another mangonel. These galleons are doing really good work. If you get if you get fletching, if you get bodkin, if you get ballistics, those will be good galleons. Okay, the mangonel's drifting. I think it's going to survive. Yeah, it's going to. I mean, kill the archer rangers, to be honest. Force an engagement. Jesus Christ. Okay, when I say blue, this was going to put every single bill. I wasn't being serious here. But it's a 1 villager castle, and he's going to see it. Thankfully, he's going to actually see it. It's going to be amazing, but he has no units to kill it. Does he see it? Does he react? We'll see. Does he react to anything? Still no reaction. What's his eye on? Okay, now blue players got defensive unit. There was a time where the Mangonel could have been clutch. Now it's going to be a cast that's going to go up. Latest AoEII will come up and kill everything. No relic. I think the Hashi. I think it has got a relic. It's got one relic here. I think there might be some relics in there. Yep. Blue. No one's landed the middle. This is also a thing that Hannes could do. You have naval superiority. You can land the middle. Free resources. Okay, these villas are going to die. Now the tension might realise that there's a castle. Tension might swing. Like, oh god, there's a castle foundation over there. Mangonel trade. Boring. No organ guns yet either. We don't see any organ guns yet. That's a good unit against archers. Double production, double seed production. Not got the wood to really afford it. This castle's going to go up. It's got bodkin arrow. It won't range anything yet, I don't think, when it goes up. But it will soon. That's such a brave castle. Hannes is going imp though, so the castle's not going to last forever if it does go up and AoEII don't end the game. Crossbows come back for a second go. Will that Vil die? Yes. Will this Mangonel die? No. Well, sort of he knows the castle's there because he just sort of ran in, didn't run out. But the castle hasn't been built yet. Can knights and scouts come in? No infantry from the barracks yet. This is a perfect thing. Just have some pikes in defence. But so I'm not sure what Hannes is doing with their life. Oh, imps come in for blue player. I didn't realise that blue player would also go in imp. So Treb, will we see a Treb? Yes, we'll see a Treb. I think this is over now. Hannes did not respect the push. 100% did not respect. Didn't make a unit out of their stable. Build a stable, didn't make anything out of it. Build a barracks, didn't really make many things out of it. Made a spearman or 3 which kept dying. Didn't kill the forward Vil. You see, there's a 1 forward Vil. Didn't make any respect. Didn't make any sort of attempt to kill it whatsoever. Finally, making a second barracks for no reason. Going to lose that though, which is interesting. Making a panic castle in view of 4 knights and 1 scout. That scout was at light cav. Light cav, sorry. My mistake. It's a light cav. Mangonel comes back. Didn't die. I think this is over. No, it wasn't peak performance. You're right. And if you watch this cast coming back, yeah, it wasn't. You won water. You overcommitted to water. I guess not clicking up to Castle Aid was very annoying. Really suffered your thing there, but that wasn't the reason why it wasn't. It wasn't. Yeah, you just didn't respect the push. You didn't respect the landing. You knew it was 1 Vil. You only saw 1 Vil. You hadn't landed any. You might have landed more if you killed it, but you had water control at that point. So yeah, focus on the landing, and this means that we saw the Vil when there was 1 stable on down. There was only 1 stable down when Hannes saw the Vil, and 4 houses. Since then, the Vil built a stable, a siege workshop, 2 archery range, a blacksmith, and a castle, and a lumber camp. That's what the Vil did when it wasn't being watched. Yeah, that's what that Vil did when and Hannes knew it was there and didn't do anything about it. Didn't make a single scout. Didn't make 2 scouts. Didn't make 3 scouts. Didn't make anything more than 2 spearmen when archers were already in the field. Sent 1 spear. Saw 1 spearman. Saw it. Didn't manage to kill it. Sorry, the scout saw it. Lost a scout trying to fight against a scout. Didn't make any spearmen. Didn't rush any spearmen. Didn't rush the location. Didn't even use vills to search. Didn't use outposts. Despite it being Hannes' first home map, Hannes doesn't know how to play this in this style. I do hate this map. Beekeeper. Did you ban it? I think you banned it in our set. I think one of us banned it. I think I was glad you banned it if you did ban it, because I don't have to ban it. That sort of vibe. Yeah, I think Hannes picking Portuguese definitely thinking like, oh, I like water. I'm just going to win on water. That's easy peasy lemon squeezy. Let's just win water, and then won water, and then lost land. That's the problem. Yeah, it might be the home map because of the water aspect, but it might not be the home map. It might be because it's banned so often they didn't have a chance to play it much during the group stage. Because obviously everyone has a ban. In the group stage you had a ban before you picked. Or you still had a ban before you picked, but you didn't have to be so. You had 2 bans. Yeah, you had ban. It was ban pick ban pick. I believe. Yeah, blue player definitely should take more across. But it was later. I think Transport 1 early on was a good idea because they didn't have the wood to keep building lots of buildings. So, but yeah, afterwards, probably should have thought about transporting more. especially when especially when water was still being fought, had a chance to build more, but it paid off for them. It wasn't. I mean, if the Ville died, we'll have to think about bringing out more. But that one Ville was doing so much work on there. Right? That was the MVP of the entire thing. This Ville here, MVP, got attacked twice and got attacked 3 times and didn't die. Think about it. Got attacked by the scout, got attacked by spears, and then got attacked by more spears. There might actually be a separate Ville to be honest. I think they actually might have brought another Ville across because it did get a lot of damage. Oh no, because the scouts engage each other. Yeah, it was it was sort of half attacked by the scout. Then it was attacked by 1 spear and didn't die. Then attacked by 2 spears and still didn't die. And but able to build every single other building. The only thing it didn't build was a town centre. The only thing I would like to have seen was a town centre here, to be honest. I could afford to at some point. But there we go. It's game 2. Let me bring the overlay first this time and not forget that. And let's bring the Superdraft as well. So that was a very interesting, very different styles of play there for Northern Ireland's game. Classic for this draft anyway. Classic early aggression versus more archaic water play, and the archaic water play doesn't work. So I will load the low tide game up while we have the Civ draft, and now there's some more people in chat. What do you think about low tide here? So low tide, let's get my spreadsheet up. So we've had Frank versus Frank, which is a very interesting, fun game, which you should have seen. This elo range is about just under 1400, I believe. 1350s, 1400. That is sort of elo range, Joe. So we had Frank Mirror on Lad Madness, which, if you watch back the VOD, it was very interesting to see because I always like a good mirror. And then we had Lith versus Portuguese on Northern Ireland. So we have a low tide map. Low tide. What do people think about low tide? Infantry. That's what you think. Man at arms into cavalry is sort of, or man at arms into more man at arms. So in aspect 1, man at arms into infantry. Think about things like, so man at arms into cavalry. Think about things like poles. It's such a clear man at arms into cavalry, man at arms into towers, or man at arms into cavalry. The other Civs don't really have that jump. Spanish, there is Nomad in the pool, so I think both players are saving Spanish until Nomad pops up. That's one of Blue's home maps. Gujaras, I also think Gujaras might work on low tide because you have 6 starting sheeps, goat, whatever, but obviously you have to walk them down to the fish mill, which makes there's a chance that might get Gaia captured. We'll discuss that later. But I think it's hyper random's the other map, Blue's map, so they might be saving that for hyper random. So Poles an option. So Poles, Vikings, and Vietnamese are Blue's main options. Thinking about Spanish for Nomad and Gujaras for hyper random. For Hannes' Civs, Chinese might be an interesting. Khmer might do really well on low tide because you don't need any of the buildings to wage up. So we might see Khmer. Do you really think Gujaras here, Cosmin? I would like to have picked Gujaras at this point. I mean, an Indian matchup because Dravidians and also interesting low tide Civ. Your docks get extra houses, so it might be an incentive to dock the water, which people don't usually do. The only thing I would ever really consider is for Malay to dock the water, because I have Malay in my draft. I was thinking like maybe if I had Malay in low tide, I could dock the water because you get the fish trap boom later on. Malian's also such a good man at arms into cavalry, or man at arms into more man at arms. That's sort of the latter aspect I was discussing. Go pure castle age longswords, and Malians had one of the best castle age longswords in the game for raiding purposes because the extra pierce armor. So I think Malians and then Vikings. That's what I'm thinking. Malians, Vikings, or Malians, Poles. Depends what Blue's thinking. As a counter to Malians, it'll be Vikings because it's an archer civ, and it can counter any man at arms plays, and it has very good. It has more HP infantry. So any sort of longsword fight, Vikings would beat Malians. And we saw Vikings beat Malians in the group 2. I casted one of my last casts, group 2, group stage, was Malians v Vikings on a hyper random style with like a Ghost Lake vibe. It was a sort of dockable Ghost Lake sort of vibe. So yeah, Mediterranean but with ice make things interesting. Didn't change the dockable, so basically Mediterranean sort of style. But Vikings v Malians, and the Vikings won in the end because they managed to get water. But I think Vikings Malians infantry aspect could be quite good. Vikings could be quite a good Malian counter on land. So let's reveal the things. Let's close that, open this, and let's see. Oh, it is the sort of the counter. Hannah spent mines for the longsword play, and Vikings is the counter, as I was thinking. As I just discussed, I'm not like cheating you. I haven't seen the Civ matchup at all before this. I make sure I hide everything. So Marlians versus Vikings on low tide. So 30 minutes EDC is an option, but I think Vikings is the best Civ to counter that. If you can get your own swordy boys out, you will trade better. And blue player definitely seems like the stronger player so far. The 2-0 victory definitely has the edge in this matchup so far. So low tide. We start with a horse. Horse can't attack. Horse can't push. Right. So horse is just for scouting. You have geese. 4 herdables. 4 in the middle and 4 on the outside. In this map, you do not herdable scout. You herdable bring in because these things wood piles. Since a recent update, these are Gaia units. Gaia units. Look, the mouse right there, the bottom left. Gaia units. Gaia units can turn herdables. So if your herdables walk in the range of the wood pile, they will turn into Gaia herdables. I think until this pile of wood gets destroyed. So until it loses 20 HP and becomes a resource to herd. Then I think it loses its guys so that you can recapture them. But it makes the game reable if within 4 minutes if it is happening. That's why I don't like Gojaras in this, because you have to be really careful how you walk your things, and the potential for these shipwrecks, even though they're not units, potentially make them a bit annoying as well with regards to self-capturing. If any sheep start next to a wood pile, and that's also reable. If you only start with 1 wood pile, which we have seen a map where only 1 wood pile and wasn't noticed in time, then also that's reable. To restart to reable means reable. So both players are lumber camping the forward wood. When I played my most recent low tide game, I forgot which side of the map was on. I had a very similar start to blue player. I did that one because it was closer to what I thought was the enemy, but it was actually on the left hand side of the map, so I went for the wrong one. But yeah, take your risky one, take your forward wood first, because you sort of run it out by the end of Dark Age, so it's not really going to be under any feudal aggression if you're already taking it early, and you can think about defending this one with spears easier. So you start with 2 elephants. Blue players already luring the first one in, but we see Hannah's going for the mill first. Marlins get cheaper buildings, 15% off every single building that costs wood, I believe. So that's getting cheaper mills, cheaper houses. Marlins uptime very good and very efficient. Especially on hybrid maps. Mine's a very good nomad civ for that aspect. You can get a dock out earlier. And potentially mine's could be a good Northern Isles civ, but obviously we just done Northern Isles with Portuguese. And maybe Hannes was sort of spending their water civ on the most watery map. But we didn't see blue player get match Vikings, so Vikings have sort of lost their aspect of the very watery civ in this thing, going for the low tide as the Marlians counter. I believe, I know blue is Australian, I think, so probably not up at this time of the day, probably gone to bed. So if they do watch it and maybe comment or whatever, can note that maybe they thought this was the thing they thought they made Vikings just to counter the Malian potential pick. So we see Hannes' horse scout scouting the mill's also gone down for blue player. Both mill, no dock, fairly standard these days. As I said, there aren't many stages you think about docking. Melee and potentially Dravidians are the sort of civs if you're lumped with them here to dock the fish. Main aspect because it's mostly shorefish. Even these up here are still shorefish, sadly. And deep fish, they have deep fish until this sort of darker blue bit, which is quite far for a fishing ship to travel, and shorefish is quite slow for fishing ships to gather. So getting these turtles on the shallows is definitely the sensible access. If you can afford a dock, there's no harm in doing it. As I said, the Ruinska don't need to build a house with their dock because they get extra population space, so it saves the cost of a house, saves 25 wood to build a dock, and then you have the extra potential production, and then fishing ships work faster for Dravidians as well, so extra eco units pumped out. So you always think, make a dock because you have double production from the TC and production from the dock, but in low tide it just ends up being very inefficient in the end, except for a certain few civs. Yeah, I mean, it's something like that. I'm sure it's something those sort of numbers, Cosmin, if it isn't 100% accurate. It might be more than 16, but yeah. It's not the best number, but Dravidians, because they get faster working fishing ships, I believe, or faster working fishermen as well, something like that. Better fishing ship capacity, something like that. It might be worth for them for docking it, and then melee because you can make fish traps later on. which have like 3,000 of food, and and they can be collected immediately. Yeah, it's something. Yeah, it's some sort of numbers. Like, yeah, it's definitely better, more efficient for finishing to work on deep food, which is so far away. So we see a villager. We see. We see a militia. Both players have gone for militia in the meantime. We've sort of been focused on fish. They haven't actually spoken about what actually happened in the game. So both horses are in a very sort of cheeky standoff here. So blue players definitely had it's got more militia. So Hannes should definitely be on the militia aspect, but Hannes has pumped theirs out first to be a bit more annoying with the scout. The horse scout doesn't have much use, but what it can do is block Vils running back to the TC. So chasing that away, getting that health down is really useful. But maybe you don't want to chase it too far because it drags you to the home TC. So what we see the second lumber camp out for blue play. It's always good on this game to have double lumber camp working, because if in doubt, if you lose wood and you run out of wood, it's very difficult to get more wood. So Hannes has already made the choice to go early to the northern wood. This is not the best. I definitely would have preferred it to go up here just a bit, because that's more long-term wood. But going up in Dark Age is a really good idea, because there's not going to be any aggression in Feudal Age, pretty much. You're not going to see many drushes here because it's such a long while for them to walk, and it's so difficult for them to find damage, especially in northern wood lines. So getting your Vils up early up to this northern wood is a really good idea, because it's safe. You don't have to do that later. You have safe wood for the entirety of Feudal Age. You don't have to do like the Feudal Age panic and like, oh god, both of my wood piles have run out. I need to migrate quick. While scouts are chasing your ass. That's not something you really want to be doing. So we see Marlins, one militia into archers. So we've not gone, sort of saved their gold to go archers. On gold. Both players on gold. No, I think blue players to wait for men at arms upgrade. Didn't go quickly on gold. Gold passed further out. Definitely something that Aztecs could get away with by not having to gold mine. I have played Aztecs on this map. So something that Aztecs like to do is not have to, but not even go for man at arms. Can afford it. It's only cost 40 gold, I believe. So maybe just not realising it in time. Maybe potentially waiting to see Hannes's man at arms first. I think what we're going to do. Obviously, Hannes hasn't got man at arms. There's no reason for you to do either, because you. Cosmin is right. Jewel is wrong. Yeah. So, okay, we see the men at arms in the north. Militia in the north, sorry. I didn't realise they were on the move. So yeah, good damage. That's why I like to see the thing. It's also easier to wall up here. First eco kill of the game. Sorry, I'm not being paying attention. Yeah, this is what, like, blue players walled here. This would have been nice, comfy lumber camp, but you usually just take what you get. This is the first sort of sensible woodline blue player found. But yeah, Hannes may not know his map so well. Is there home map again? I definitely thought they would think about, like, lumbering the top. But yeah, the archer's in the right place for Hannah. Who's an archer defense? It's not the Trojan strategy usually on this map, because scout play is so common. But against Vikings, you're not expecting scout play. You're expecting archer play for Vikings these days. They don't have they have one of the worst knights in the game because they lack the last armor upgrade. I think they lack Cavalier, I believe. Let me double check that, because I don't want to be proved wrong by Reddit again as well. Yeah, well they lack Paladin, I believe. Yeah, they lack Paladin, they lack Hussar, they lack the last armor, they lack Bloodlines, they lack Husbandry. That's why they're so terrible. Yeah, they lack all the good upgrades that cavalry get, as well as the last armor. So yeah, Viking cavalry are some of the worst of the game. So I can see why Hannes has got archers in counter, because you're not expecting any cavalry. So why bother making why bother not going archers? Why bother making spears? Blue players mixing some skirms. Right decision, to be honest. Hasn't been as productive on the archer front. It was very slow on gold. Made 2 extra militia. That's 40 gold on extra militia. Malians Malians have better gold mining, not because they have better lasting gold anymore, but well, they have better lasting, not because they get free mining upgrades anymore, but because they have better lasting gold, so they can just they'll last forever. I don't know if they got gold mining on that eco. Probably not. Having to build farms, probably can't afford to get gold mining yet. I don't really know those upgrades, sadly. I can check in game. Let me check in game. No eco upgrades yet at all for Hannes. Not even got double bit attacks while blue player has. So yeah, fletching though comes in. Fletching's already in for blue player and has got an appreciable number of military units now. 2 skirms, 7 archers, 8 archers. So that's a good number. That's enough to take these 14. I think maybe Hannes might have think Hannes is making scouts. I like that decision actually. I mean, I definitely think about using them to raid rather than to engage skirms, but I feel it's definitely something you think about raiding. As I said, that like I was saying, like this is more of a scout game, and I think well, just passing, who engages first? Okay, blue player cut a zebra. That's bullying. I think this horse was like, I don't want any other equines on this map. They should not. They should not exist. Okay, we see engagements. Okay, this scout is not a good engagement. No, don't bother with that. But yeah, blue players do. Hannes is a really good micro here. I mean, the scout was a good distraction. All the archers are going to go down. The skirm's going to survive, but it's a skirm. It's not going to do. That's good damage here. The militia sort of have to panic and run home. Yeah, sorry, the militia are going to have to panic and die. Rephrase that. And now Hannes can push this gold, push the Millvilles. Tower comes up. The tower's not on the mill though, so Pride has to wall these out. But that's a hole right there. That's a very unfortunate hole. This is a lot of dead vills here. Unfortunately, Hannes is housed at the moment, so can't keep pushing up this. Has to focus on the micro first, I guess, to get the archers, get out the way of the tower. These vills are fighting. They're not going to fight for long. Okay, the tower's just in range, and one of them, sadly, archers have to come out. I think Hannes has gone home to build some houses. Yeah, Hannes had a little break to build houses. Got there in the end. Okay, this vill's going to die to this one archer. Keep an archer here on the turtles. Just keep it there. It's going to be very annoying. Probably cleared out quite soon. It's right next to an archery range. This scout's also been very useful. Scouted where things are. Hasn't scouted the gold yet. Has seen the gold, but hasn't actually scouted that's been mined. So that's definitely the next thing for Hannes to attack. But where's Blue's army? It is not at the gold yet. It is panicked. It is worried. Don't know why it's gone so far north, because it's seen that the army has gone this way. So I think it's very sort of lost cloudiness. We see a scout here. Maybe the scout was the more important thing, but I think it was well walled in by blue player. Sorry, I didn't notice that. But this is far more important. 11 deaths, 12 eco deaths for blue player. You can see why this is not their home map, at least. This is why you don't see archers very often in this map, because they're so slow to move around. And if blue player were to come and attack themselves, it would be much more deadly. I think blue player is just a bit sort of scared to move out yet. But going to close and surround these. This extra skirm's going to do its worth. Chases them home. Castellan's almost coming in for blue player. Going to get crossbow. Doesn't get thumb ring though. Do Marlians get thumb ring? I'm checking that. I play Marlians regularly. I just never play them as archers. So yeah, Marlians do get thumb ring, but they don't get arbalest, and they don't get bracer. Or they do get arbalest. They just don't get bracer. Maybe they do get arbalest. I can't remember. Oh, I didn't see when I checked. But this is definitely why this is a scout game. Okay, the wolves up here are going to die. There's no town centre being built. That's another 4 vills gone. These vills have to run away. Crossbow is in, but when you've been sort of lamed off wood, you can't build crossbow. This is why it's such a cavalry-based game. Actually, you see a stable here. Blue players recognise that maybe archers aren't the best thing on this map. It's way too open. It's way on this undefended stones, undefended gold, undefended turtles, undefended gold, undefended wood. About 3 different locations. You usually TC the north, so you aren't pressured by such sort of raiding play. We see Bodkin from Hannes. I don't dislike it, but I don't love that. You don't have that. You only had 20. I mean, you're 22 archers. It's not the worst idea in the world. So we saw the stable from blue player, but we don't see what it's doing. Is it going to make knights? No, there's no food. Is it going to make anything? No, there's no food. Blue player's panicking to make farms, can't afford a TC because he hasn't got any farms. Crossbow, bodkin, padded leather archer armour. These are going to be very unkillable crossbows. No thumb ring yet, if they do get it. They do get it, I just checked. Why am I doubting myself? Okay, we see these crossbows going to wipe up all this army. Okay, I mean, it's very aggressive with attack move. Oh, it's not really attack move. It's very aggressive with the move positioning. quite a lot of archer deaths there by needlessly walking too close, but it means they're gonna chase it down quicker. But it's gonna lose all these archers. But I guess it doesn't care because it's got all the villains to kill instead. It's like, oh well, I don't really care about losing half my force to kill half of their force. I'm just gonna kill all the villains instead. See some Viking knights, some of the best knights in the game. Yeah, it's a bit in this one. I don't know if it was calculated to try and get closer so you didn't have to do as much micro shots, but yeah, it might scream of a missed micro. You can see a mile in TC. So yeah, Hannes has definitely gone for the eco approach. You can afford 325 wood, you can afford another one. On the wood, on the berries, very handy to get the extra food income. Especially if your farm starts to get a bit drifty towards mills, it's going to be a bit dangerous when knights come in play. But yeah, this is definitely not Vikings map. As I said at the start, Scout Play is the name. Hello Lawler, how are you? Good morning. We have 2 Californians maybe, if Crazy Joe is still around. We might have 2 Californians. If Lawler's a Californian, I don't know. I think they have a Pacific time. I'm just assuming that California's the biggest state in that time zone. But we see some Viking knights. They're going to get they're targeting the respawn rally point. Good idea, to be honest. You want to knights can't overwhelm the archer ball. I think Hans has to be scared here about going a bit too sort of archer ball because it can't move. And as Lawler knows, archers can't move very quickly. So yeah, and come knights out for Hannes as well. These knights are going to trade better. I wouldn't surprise some camels pop up when you start seeing more knights, but no knights in production by blue player. 16-ville lead. This town centre's been denied, horribly denied. Didn't even get to doubt levels. Crossbow in the back. This tower's not bad, pretending to get some of the stone. The crossbow respawn rally points here. This is not going to do too much damage. This goal was lamed. The eco for blue player's not looking good, but it's got quite a lot of idle vills. Hannes didn't make a rally point for second TC. It hasn't made a third yet. I'll definitely maybe see a third here. This would be a nice place for a third TC on the stone. Expand your farming terrain. I like to see it. These are sick and tired of fishing. Yeah, a TC here would be nice on the stone. Or TC up here on this gold. Either of those, to be honest. Expand your sort of safe farming and be good in the long term. Okay, this TC's undenied. Took a lot of effort, a lot of crossbows, a lot of knights. I think all those knights are sort of have a bit of a sort of panic after that. 3 knights here. How are the knight upgrades? Okay, Hannes has got better knight upgrades, but blue player's taking scale barding. I think like blue player should probably not engage, but I guess if they're not paying attention, it's not a bad time to engage. But at this fight, I think Hannes would win just by, got to attack last and then got the thing up there. And by the time scale barding comes in, it's not going to look pretty. All the knights cleared up. More knights on the way. There's a knight up here. Okay, 30C on here on this wood and gold. I don't love that, to be honest. I would definitely like to be at home just to get some. Okay, gone for the mining camp here instead. Okay, that works. Just because this TC is just pumping out on wood lines. To be honest, it just to pump out on the wood line, and then that's all you need. You need one TC pumping out all your wood lines, and you have a TCs like guarding resources. Like what blue play's done here, one TC on this wood line, just constantly just send the rally point to wood, but not really paying attention that what villagers are dying. And then we have another TC denial. It's not blues. Blues really very scrappy. Blues trying to fight for this quite hard. Maybe if they manage to get the win, it'll end the set. It'll end the series. But yeah, also having to micro and crossbow means you can't micro veil. There's another aspect on this map. Such an open map where you have to expand to so many different places. When you have archers everywhere, it's so difficult to actually try and focus on everything at once. And I think it's all these maps here are very sort of like attention focused stuff. Like in Northern Ireland, we saw that aspect on water, on land, 2 at the same time, and Hannes lost because they focused on one, and it also helps with micro. You can't focus on 2 different micro positions. Or a lot of the maps in the series, with exception, even some things like Monaco, which is very sort of enclosed and close. There's aspects that you have many fronts drawn out, and it'd be difficult to micro lots of archer masses or skirm masses, as I painfully am aware. So yeah, big archer blobs are very difficult on this map because of how expandable. Look at this wood line is completely undefended, completely unseen by Hannes, but won't be for long. This is an overchop here, hasn't been able to focus on rewalling. We saw lots of vills die here. 26 vill difference. I mean, that's almost the difference in just in how many vills. And this, look, the Knights on the TC got like 2 kills there before they managed to react in time. I mean, there's going to be a lot of deaths on Hannes' side as well because they haven't reacted in time to run away. The knight dies, the crossbow dies. These crossbows are going to get cleaned up. So yeah, just a lot of death on both sides. Hannes is able to click up to Imperial Age though. I say that, no buildings. Should be able to click to Imperial Age if they had a University, a Monastery, or a Siege Workshop, but none of those. Honestly, Siege Workshop's probably the core here for Hannes. Hannes has not got any eco upgrades. Do they have gold mining yet? That's the main cut. No gold mining either. They've not even got any useful ones for the Malians. Castle drop. Okay, I like castle. Good castle. I definitely think prefer Siege Workshop first, just because you know there's an Archer Ball for blue player somewhere, and there's one doing dangerously close. Because guess what? They can't see it. They can't actually. That's an amazing castle. For now, all these archers are coming. Cancel the building. Cancel the building. About 10 seconds to cancel this building foundation. Will you do it in time? Nope, not. Focus not on there. This is the castle denial if I ever saw one. Counter castle. You don't need a counter castle. You just need to move the crossbows. All these die. Oof. This is big oof. It's always keep an eye on your castle building vills because you never know it's going to be safe. That's why I like to prefer Siege Workshop first. I don't think see these vills surviving. There's triple archery range respawn into Doubt. This was very easy winnable by getting it by hand, but this might have thrown it. Not only did they lose 10 crossbows, also lost all of their stone miners because there's the ones that build the castle. And then they got a castle tonight in front of another. That's why you build a second castle, yeah, because it's just to force them to delete that. That's 76%. When you get 150 stone back on that, it's not looking good. Blue player has the Archer Ball, and Hannes hasn't transitioned away from it, and the transition is into longswords. What's Hannes doing with these vills? Wanting to slaughter, I think. Yeah, decided against moving them anywhere closer to the front. TC this gold. TC the gold. TC the gold. And even with Imp, even when crossbows go into Imp, you're not going to get any. You're not getting Bracer. That's the most important Imperial upgrade for archers. Is Bracer. It's very sad. I agree, Cosmin. We see a Siege Workshop. We went up here. That's the building to go to Imp. Imp hasn't made a single mangonel yet, and you can afford one. Yeah, the castle got deleted. Saved 100 stone because now there's a TC in the south. Well, I said a TC like a minute ago. 10 minutes ago, TC there to save the stone. But luckily for Hannes, Blue isn't going up to Imperial Age anytime soon. Bad news for Hannes, Blue's going to play Imperial in about 3 minutes' time as Blue realises that Hannes is in Imperial Age. I say that, but probably not. Look at the many crossroads invested in. It's definitely going all in castle play here. This is why I like to see the TC on this stone. TC on this gold, TC on this stone. It's not looking good. TC's not even being built. All these stone mines aren't built in TC. These gold mines have to run away. Back to this gold, I imagine. That's fairly safe. Yeah, not doing anything with these archers. Longsword is the play here. Oh, called the GG, resigned. Tilted from the lack of castle. And there we have the end of the game. I wasn't expecting that, were you? I guess, yeah, you're right. A Siege Workshop on the Viking side would be pretty much over. But yeah, it was just too aggressive. You knew there was an Archer Ball in play, and the first thing to an Archer Ball play is to raid. To raid to death. Get some knights, get some camels, get some... And then your Malians. There's one reason you pick Malians on this map. It's not to make archers, is it? Yeah, it's a sad throw. You don't make... It's not like... One thing, Malians don't like being archers. I mean, it wasn't the worst call when you see Viking. But Malians don't like making archers. Sure, against the first militia you see, you can make a few archers to clear them off. But Vikings don't. Malians aren't an archer civ. Low Tide is not an archer map. So Blue just sort of made their way into winning here. Blue just sort of lucked out by playing an archer civ, and it worked. It didn't work in Castle. It didn't work in early Castle Age. Lost 26 to 2, I think. 28 to 2, I think I got to in the end. 28 to 2. Vil kills. But Hannes overcommitted on archers, and they didn't need to. Archers into knights. I know you had like 20. Hannes way committed. I think you stopped making archers before you went to the Castle Age. Hi, Boost. How are you? Yeah, Hannes kept making loads more archers on the way to Castle Age. Had a board of 22, made him the crossbow. That's fine, but when they died, don't need to be making more. Don't need to be focusing on more. That's the change you switch into knights in Castle Age. Even just not being bothered to make them the crossbow, just to keep them as maybe just go for Bodkin and keep them as Bodkin archers, just to be annoying, just to park yourselves on the woodlines when you had the clear military advantage. I mean, you had a great sort of push through here through this. I think there's still a hole there. Great push through with great crossbow, great archer damage by Hannes, and thought that was their ticket. But on this map, it's not the ticket. The ticket is knights. The ticket is camels. The ticket is longswords. Yeah, the ticket here is Malian longswords. You could do that in Castle Age. They're good enough in Castle Age. That's how we see maps 1 on this map. That's what I thought he was going for, as Malians. That's why Vikings were such a good, because you can out longsword them. But it became an archer war. Vikings can out archer Malians because anyone can out archer Malians. They're Malians. The only good thing about Malians for the archers is that their gold doesn't run out, so you can keep making them. So you keep making more suicide squads because they don't last forever. And that's why I'm a bit sort of hypercritical here. I mean, they did so much damage, but yeah, this is the map for open. This is an open map. As soon as you go knights, you destroy the Viking flag because they can't do knights in return because you just go camels. They can't really do. They could do spears. The pikes are only good when they get chieftains in, because they don't get help. So if you can get enough pressure on early before they can get a castle up, their pikes aren't very good either against Malian sort of cavalry. And then you can focus with defensive. Even Gabetto. Gabetto's such a good answer here as well. If you go Camel Gabetto is like the comp against most civs. I'm a sort of a budding Malian player, and Camel Gabetto is the perfect comp against civs because you go a perfect eventual comp against knight, especially against cavalry civs. I know Vikings not a cavalry civ, but you go the camels to kill the knights and the Gabetto to kill the pikes. So if you sort of if you do knight play, you go knights to kill the archers with some siege protect, and then you go Gabetto. Knight Gabetto just works just as well here. Gabetto to kill any pikes that they might throw. Gabetto is such a good raiding unit as well, such a fast infantry unit with melee range damage, which will do so well here. And then that gives you a defensive castle to work from, rather than going so brazen with this. Look at they're still there, the poor dead bodies. They're still there. Sad times. The castle throw into way too aggressive castle. And even something like defensive castle into Tigui, because Tigui town centres don't need garrisoning. That's such a good aspect in this map, which Hannes didn't play into any of their good aspects. Didn't play into the longsword, eat TCs on such a short distance travel with such a sweep that you can do as Malians, just sweep across with some long swords. Didn't play into the cavalry aspect. Malians other excellent. When you get to Farimba cavalry, Farimba cavalier, cavalry, heavy camel, and they're so good. And also the goal aspect not as lasting means you can make cavalry forever and knights forever. And also didn't play into the Malian aspects of Tigui to defend your resources, Gabetto to raid, cavalry to kill, and longswords to eat. That's sort of the main 4 aspects that you play Malians for on sort of a land map. We ignore there's water here because that's the 5th aspect that you can get cheap docks. That's the 4 aspects that you play Malians for those 4 aspects. And yeah, and this is the perfect map for it, because Tigui protects the resources, Gabetto raid everything, the knights just eat TCs eventually, and even faster working universities. That's also such a good aspect, which everything 80% faster working universities. It's just a thing that everyone forgets about, but you can get ballistics for like, I guess it works for it didn't get ballistics in the end. You're faster working, it didn't even get ballistics for your archers. That's sort of all the aspects that Hannes sort of didn't play into his Malians. They might be cheaper. I don't know if farms count as buildings, but yeah, you might be right there, Julia. Cheaper buildings. I think that's any Mali. He sort of did that with all the mills and stuff. That's some aspect that he did was perfectly fine with, getting buildings down. But yeah, the 4 aspects that Malian sort of were good for this sort of map, Hannes did not play towards, and Blue managed to beat them. GG, good set. Blue dominated, but Hannes fought back very well on all the games. Hannes had a chance to win. On the first game, did have a night mass, but then didn't wall in their vills. I don't know if farms count as wood buildings, unfortunately. Yeah. On the first map in Land Madness, Hannes had a very big wood line which they didn't, well, not very, had a very, put all their wood on villages on one wood line which wasn't constantly walled in, and lost 13 villas because of that, and lost the game because of that. That's the first game in the Frank Mirror. Hannes had a chance to win, got up. I wouldn't say quicker, but got up with more stables. Had 3 stables to only to blue players only 1 stable. They forgot to make any with upgrades as well at the right times, but lost all their villas and then died slowly. Northern Isles game had so many chances, won on water, but did not capitalise, did not make any fishing ships. So didn't capitalise. Both players were running very low on food on that map, but Hannes had the clear water lead and did not make any fishing ships, did not back dock, did not do anything with that naval victory, didn't even TC the centre, and just sort of died to a Lithuanian push they did not even bother even caring about 1 second. So Hannes had so many good options in this whole set and so many chances to win. But I think just the late game, I think Hannes was really good early game, but just sort of late game, just showing the elo difference, potentially showing that blue players are maybe a bit smurfier, and probably maybe the clear player in this set. And we'll see the challenge and see what place they finish. I can't check it yet because it'd be a spoiler. So yeah, it's a clear sort of, it's a good set. Hannes sort of showed their worth, fought of a good fight, but unfortunately just made a few bad decisions right at the wrong time, to be honest. Some bad times to make some bad decisions, and blue player capitalised. So there we have, that's game 1 done. Let's move to game 2, set 2, which is the other group on this group 4. Let's just cheekily do this. So we have Luigi Mario versus Border Dude Man in part 2 of this group 4 Bonanza, as I've titled this stream. So you can have a look at the Superdraft while I start loading some games up. Where's my mouse gone? There it is. We start with Hyper Random Light, by the way, if anyone's aware. If anyone's sort of... Let's close my eyes, close my mic, get ready, and then we're back. So Hyper Random Light is game 1, the neutral map. Don't know why it's neutral with some of those civs, but what are your vibes for this Hyper Random Light? Note that Luigi Mario has picked Monaco Northern Isles as their home map, and Border Dude Man has picked Land Madness and Le Grand Fossé. So those are the maps that they've picked as their home ones. No, there's no nomads, there's no low tide, so everything else is up for play. So what are your feelings for this? I'm going to write that in chat. It's going to be like no nomad and no low tide, just so you have a record. I'll write that now. It's just so you have something to refer back to when you think about what civs going to be picked by Hyper Random Light here. So Hyper Random Light, it could be anything. That's the danger of Hyper Random Light. So usually you want a very strong balanced civ. Very civ that can do anything, everything and anything. So, I mean, Luigi Mario's got such a good civ pick. Britons, Japanese, Mongols, Aztecs, Khmer, Incas and Vikings. Like 7 pretty good and fairly well balanced civs. Like Britons, such a clear archer civ. And definitely seen Luigi Mario's specialities archers. Britons, strong archer civ. Japanese, strong archer civ. Mongol, strong cavalry archer civ. Aztec, strong archer civ. Khmer, ignore that one. Incas, they can do archers. Vikings, an archer civ, because they can't do anything else. But such clear, good archer civs. And I think definitely Aztecs are such a good eco civ as well. And Mongols, if the Hyper Random have such good, usually has such good hunt. So Mongol has hunt. So Mongols the option. Japanese as well. If there's some water play, but it's always good to have some cheap eco buildings, and potentially some water hybrid play. Britons are such a strong civ. So it'd be difficult to think. That's why I put no nomad and no low tide on the chat, because other things like Monaco, Luigi Mario has so many good Monaco civs. Japanese, Aztecs, Incas, Britons, Vikings are all good Monaco civs as well. So like that's what else is there? Northern Isles is the other home map. So Northern Isles, Vikings, Khmer. So that's sort of thing. For such a good civ for those maps. So I was thinking, like, what would you think for Hyper Random? Border Dude, on the other hand, cavalry-based civs. Hindustanis, some of the best camels in the game. Lithuanians, some of the best knights in the game. Burgundians get Castle Edge Cavalier, some of the best, cheaper stable upgrades. Such good cavalry. Custier is one of the best. Custier and Legii for Lithuanians are some of the best cavalry in the game. Cumans have such good stable options. Steppe lancers as well, and faster moving cavalry. Tatars and Huns are also very good cavalry, but also with camel archer play as well. Cavalry and camel. And Mayans have great stables. Sorry, we're ignoring Mayans, but yeah, that's the counter pick. Mayans have such good eagles. Potentially Hindustanis on this first map. there's a quite few, Land Madness is picked, so Hintersteins could be the Land Madness Civ. So potentially Mayans. Yeah, you can. How about on hyper random, Cosmin? What's your thought of this first map? If we don't know what maps, I mean, I don't like Khmer and Land Madness, to be honest. I think I like Khmer on Northern Isles more than Land Madness personally. I think Mongols are going to be the Land Madness Civ for Luigi Mario personally. That's just my Khmer. I think Khmer is such a good Northern Isles Civ that I see them not there preferably. But yeah, what's your fears for hyper random? I'm thinking Mayans versus. Honestly, Mayans versus Aztecs. I think I see a Central American mirror or Central American fight because they could do everything, and you don't want to. Maybe Burgundians. Because Burgundians also an option. Cumans maybe as well. Anyway, Lith Aztecs. I think Aztecs are a good low tides, but obviously low tides not in the map pool. So yeah, Aztecs I'm thinking about because I have Aztecs in my draft. I do like it in places. But also, Aztecs I like to consider as a monocle civ. But obviously, Luigi has so many monocle civs, you don't need Aztecs on that as well. So, you got them all wrong. You could be right. Let's have a reveal. I'm not 100% sure. I think Central American mirror, but I'm probably 100% wrong here. Let me reveal. It's revealed. It's Hindustanis and Britons. So Borderton's gone hard with their first pick. Like I said in the first sim, which none of you were here for. Sorry, shade thrown right there. Trying to win the neutral map is always a good idea, and I think Borderton going for their favourite civ. I mean, it might not be the favourite. It's the one they pick first because it's one of the strongest civs. And same with Luigi and Mario gone for their strongest civ as well. Britons, they've both gone to going hard in this first map. Let's look at this map. It's such a weird generation. This is. It's. I don't know really many maps like it. It's so good. It's so weird, don't you think? Like this, it's got very patchy. It's got very sort of patchy central wood lines. Not as big as Arabia, but not as small as something. Not as weird as something like Atacama, or the outskirts of Atacama. But there's this outer wood with fish underneath. I believe this generation has. Does it have? No, it doesn't have any fish underneath. Sometimes you have fish underneath, but it does not have it. But yeah, this separates from quite a lot of resources. There's relics, there's stone, there's a bit of stone, there's smoke monkeys. Ignore those. Yeah, this is dangerous resource. I think I've seen this generation before, standard generation, smoke monkeys at the back. What about people's bases? This starts in sort of cliff terrain, there's in sort of a valley. Change colours. What change colours do you like? I'm not going to change colours for any whim. I think those monkeys are aggressive. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I think those monkeys are aggressive. If you have a suggestion, change colours, because at the moment yellow and green's fine, orange and green's fine. So if you have any suggestions on orange are not red and blue, they're fine. I could change. I'll change to purple and orange. Are you happy now? Because I don't like putting green on this sort of thing because green background. But I can see why yellow can't be a bit for this sort of cliff terrain. So what do we have? We start with berries. We start with geese. We don't start with any. We start with hunt, and we start with a boar. But I think only one. We start with boar quite far away and a boar close. Both boars are being lured in, trying to find the hunt, going to push in some hunt. We see big tile of 7 gold, big tile of 5 stone. And that's it for the home resources. The big 5 and the big 7 gold here. There's some central gold, the central stone. Quite. I mean, it's favouring Border Dude here. The resources like this gold and this gold and this gold and this stone, all favouring Border Dude. And like Luigi Man's definitely had the worst off in the positions. This stone's very patchy in a very weird shape. Actually, they're both quite weird shape. But it's really on a hill, which you can't TC that. And honestly, this map can't be TC'd much at all. Luigi Mario may have the worst resources, but I think it's got better TC potential, because this whole cliffside lame to TC, these wood lines are a bit too small to TC in between, and this cliffside also prevents a TC. I think Bondu Man's got the better resource distribution, but Luigi Mario's got a better expansion potential. I wonder if there were little mini fish there, but there's no fish in this map. It might be quite a big fight for resources, to be honest, with all this wood at the back, and there isn't much hunt, there aren't many berries, there's no fish, despite there's being water, so it'd be an interesting set, I think. I wonder if you think that too. Yeah, it's only 4 gold. I guess this is yeah. Yeah, it's all 4, but it's all close. It's all a lot of the neutral resources. Yeah, it's all forward resources, but the neutral resources are very close to them. But yeah, you're right. Luigi does have back resources, but there's nothing really. Once that's done, there's nothing to go for. Apparently, there's some rudeness. Okay, Luigi Mario killed the scout. Where did the scout die? Probably under the T scene because there's no scout damage and there's no Vil kill. So yeah, the scout probably died around here somewhere. Sad news. Actually, I just checked scouting. Oh, sorry, the Borderman dude died. The Borderman scout died. Sorry, I got the wrong part there. There's the scout. I got confused who died. Yeah, yeah, so losing Borderman dude scout loss is quite important, but because the lack of, I think, because of the lack of sheep, I think Hindustani definitely had a benefit having cheaper villagers because I think they'll find a go for like some hyper random generations. And you always start with 7 sheep, so they think it's worse than Arabia style. But if you have a nomad side, you get like 20, there's like 30 sheep in the map if it's a nomad hyper random start. But yeah, Luigi Mario's had trouble getting aging up, getting the food down, getting the builds a bit slower than Border Dude. So that definitely helped. Border Dude definitely got the boards in quickly, but didn't push. Whereas I think maybe Luigi did push. It's hard to tell. I think there's one fewer deer than there was. And Border Dude didn't push these deer and can't because the scout died. But yeah, Border Dude aging up quicker. It looks like scout play, it seems, for both players. Potential. Oh, no, Britons are going archers. Yeah, Britons are going for archers. What am I saying? It's with Britons. No, it's definitely archer play. Yeah, 2 on gold already. I know my build orders. Honest, I'm not very good at them. To be honest, I don't like doing build orders too much. I just wing it. I just know a few things. I put Vils on the resources you want to put Vils on. That's my solution. But yeah, this movie man's gone militia, potentially men at arms, but aging up so much slower that there's a 2 Vil stable. Is that a hole? That could be a hole. That could just be a really. I don't think it's a hole. It's hard to tell when it's hills. But yeah, also these Vils are very. I mean, that's very lucky for Border Dude because you can just immediately see this militia. Like, there's a militia here. Double scout. Yeah, these militia aren't gonna. Man at arms, really? It might not. I don't think it'll work. It might work. I think the scouts in too soon. I think luckily luckily for Luigi, Border Dude lost their scout because otherwise, this would be easily headed off. I guess if you kill the opponent's scout at this elo, it's sort of like in your head that for the scout's dead, I can get man at arms. How are they able to see it if I go man at arms? They have nothing to scout for it. That's probably what jumped in there. That jumped in Luigi's head. But yeah, sacrifice a bit of uptime to go for it. Go with archers in return. Border Dude is towered the wood line. We'll see if that's a good idea later. Okay, this is enough. This is probably enough to engage. These are on non-aggressive stance. There's no point running away from scouts. I guess you're trying to run away to the hill, but yeah, I think you can engage even with losing the terrain. To be honest, I think they're already dead. So yes, that's a fair man at arm push. So these archers now are not strong. They can't push sensibly. 4 scouts on the field now. 1 spear, 1 spear, 2 archers, 1 scout. It's not looking good for Luigi Mario's early chances. We'll see if the spheres get a good hit. Like I say for all my games, you sort of need 1 spear for every 2 resources 1 spear for every 2 scouts. To be honest, we're not thinking about unwallable resources in this map. But yeah, 1 spear for every 2 scouts. There's 2 spears. That's enough to head. But scouts do be running. These are forward spears to defend their archers. Okay, well these are well microed scouts. Getting the scout damage oh, I was going to think about taking the engagement again. You could probably finish that off. But yeah, we're getting some damage in. Kill the scout first, and then going for the Vil instead. I wouldn't recommend going for the Vil. You aren't going to kill a Vil with that little time constraint. Oh, sorry, that was a sudden cough. 1 minute. Okay, we're back. That was a sudden cough that spoke to me. But in the meantime, we saw these 2 scouts from Waterman completely walk past the archers, but we see one of the scouts as they've seen it. This archer rally point's not great. We have four. Here you go, quick drink. We have 4 scouts trying to find damage, but Britons are well walled in, with the exception of their. Oh, needed that drink. With the exception of in the north, it's pretty much well walled in. These hunt villas are very unfortunate. Like, how can we get home? We're struck. Let us in. Let us in. But yeah, the Briton base is fairly nicely walled. Hindustani base not walled at all. But the archers are cleared, so yep. Yeah, well, one archer's cleared. There's all danger about the Britons. When they get a mass going, they get a mass going. I think the scouts can run in here. Luigi needs really good micro to deal with that. I don't think it's at this potential. I think you can wall in and take these winners off gold for a bit. And to be honest, remember, I think Borderman do need to recognise what the map's like. 1 gold. You have 1 safe gold. Stows the farm. That's cheeky. That is. But you only start with 1 gold patch. If you can deny it. Oh, thanks Crazy Joe for popping in, saying hi. Thanks for coming. Thanks for joining my stream. If you are watching this, I hope it's too late. Scum's coming in. Yeah, I feel like Borderman wasn't really wanting to have to make an archery range, but yeah, with this amount of spears, maybe it's a good idea. But I definitely think denying this archer, denying this gold power would be absolutely huge, because 5 on gold. That's all of Dewey's only gold power and all the things I've got. So if you can deny that, be excellent. But I think at this stage, there's enough archers to make life very annoying for Hindustanis. But also some skirms. We'll see. Border dude is warding the front. Good thing about archers, they're slow to move. So I think they're better to get round in time. Get some nice wardable bases in. A lot of pressure. The skirms denying the goal. That's going to be nice. They're never going to kill a villager, but it's going to make the roll papping very annoying. Yeah, and the skirms. Yeah, I mean, you can engage that spear with those scouts. To be honest, you have 6 scouts. Like I said, 1 spear for every 2 scouts is generally the play. Obviously, you have the TC helping, but outside the TC, that's not a good micro there. He kills the spear. I think you can definitely engage. I mean, fletching skirms do the damage as well. It seems. There's a lot of pressure on Luigi Mario, but the Luigi Mario has the clear Villi. Look at that idle TC time, guys. Look at it. 3 minutes difference. 39 Vils. They've only been struggling on microing this forward push while behind farms, and Luigi Mario definitely has that. I don't know, Cosmin. It must be trying to micro all this stuff down. I think the laning on like the berries really stuffed Border Dude, and the timing with farms. I think Border Dude was so late to farms. I think the archer denying the wood line was very. I think it's just been very messy. Having to build skirms as well probably also hurt. You only did hold to get housed a while ago. I noticed that during this pressure. That having to make skirms which cost wood and food, it really. I think definitely be focused on food and army just to deny the Briton archers. But I think Britons have clicked. I haven't clicked. The thing is, it's working. It's 99 the Vils. It's really forcing like Luigi Mario to not get to Castle Age. And now there's some forward Vils. We see annoying archers in the back, but they're not going to do any damage. Okay, there's spin, but that's not doing any damage as well. To be honest, I would just send the scouts there. I wouldn't send the skirms. I think the skirms can be do damage at the front. Those 5 scouts are going to kill that spear very easily. But yeah, we see the entire abandonment. I don't like the abandonment of the push. I definitely think you can just consider just moving the scouts and then just wiping it down and keeping your scams here, denying the gold. I guess he's looking for where he's taking gold, and he's not taking gold. Wonder how good is Borderdude's scouting of resources? Yeah, so that's the thing. Is like, as I was saying, Cosmin. Like, while Borderdude has 4 resources, they're close, and Luigi Mario have only got safer resources. They're very far away from the front, from his base. Now we see it in the back. Good quick calls by Luigi Mario. Those scouts are like dying. The scouts don't have much left. They can't kill a Vil anymore, I don't think. Not with 1 spear and that archer born around. They can't kill a Vil. These scums have been dying to a spear, but I think they're in a good position to do stuff. And I mean, I do like these outposts. These are nice outposts. Perfectly constrained. Any place that Luigi Mario can expand to unseen is to this gold here via this house. So despite being a bit sloppy with their idle time, Focusing on all in feudal is working for Border Dude for now. The push has sort of failed. The scouts are dying. The skirms are dying. They're all a bit weak. They're a bit sort of out. Everything's out of position. This villain's getting kills. I mean, it's probably a bit. If you want to gain the village, you just want to bring the archers close. Don't run away. Engage their minimum range. Engage the minimum range of the skirms. Don't let them get extra attacks. Engage the minimum range. Hide under them. And now we see even more scouts. So it's going very feudal, and Luigi Mario is actually able to click up now. Although it's been very slow to Castle Age, 48 for Castle Age is a very tasty eco lead. And we will see Border Dudes floating a lot of wood. No one's gone for a market yet. I feel like, oh no, they have gone for a market. Sorry, I missed all that market abuse to age up. Yeah, both gone for a market, just not selling the wood. I feel like you can buy it. Border Dudes can buy their way to Castle pronto. Yeah, and does so. So yeah, I'm psychic. The skirms and scouts are still doing damage though. Another archery range. I was only at the one range. That's insane. How good Luigi was able to produce that, just constantly produce that at one range. Archers and also not draw dip and keep them producing and in still overwhelming numbers. Still clear eco lead. Okay, this is actually pathable. I didn't realize this was pathable. One of those is pathable, and Border's bought a house there for no reason. I think they lost the Vil to that though. I think the Vil died to a smoke monkey, which is unsurprising, to say the least. I know you say Villager's getting killed, but Villager's getting killed is probably a better quote of the tournament, to be honest. I think Villager's getting kills would be much better than Villager's getting kills. But yeah, Villager's. Sadly, I don't have Capture Age Pro, so I can't see if Vil got a kill in the end. But it was just fighting there in those skirms, just fighting there for like, because those skirms are still alive. Except I think there were 5 at like 5 minutes ago. There's only 4, so I don't know how one died pro to the archers. But we see a nice board. This is a nice board of archers and crossbow bodkin. I'll definitely think about not engaging this fight. Keep your archer numbers keep all your archers alive. Just keep them running until you get crossbow bodkin, because then you can just really outrange the skirms. I mean, you're already Britain, so you already have the range, but yeah, get the crossbow, get the extra attack, get a bodkin, yeah, you don't have to lose any more archers because of that. Oh, our smoke monkey's quiet. Okay, I don't know how that Vil died then, because there was definitely a dead body over there, and there's definitely been one eco KD in favour of... okay, sorry, it's not neutral, yes, in favour of Border Dude. Favour of leading Luigi Mario. Was that... Oh, it was the archers who went back there. That Vil was building an outpost and must have run back down there and died. That's where it was from. So Tower War, yeah, that's a good tower. Denies the only gold that Luigi X Mario had access to. TC here, not really many options to be honest of TCs, but this is a nice push by Luigi Mario. And the archers do work against Hindustanis. Hindustanis have one good unit against archers, and that's Ghulam. And you can't get that very easily. And Border Moon's getting there. He got 7 on stone, thinking about castle. So definitely thinking about Ghulam. Oh, that Vil's the wrong sign. That's sad news for him. But yeah, Border definitely working their way to Ghulam. Definite answer when you're playing Britons. What's your best unit in this scenario? It's the thing that has good pierce damage and good bonus damage to foot archers. So definitely the answer. And I think Luigi Mario one thinks about longbow as well. I don't know if Ghulam get bonus damage against longbow. I think they do, to be honest. So, but Luigi Mario broken here, facing lots of skirms, has to run away. And yeah, sad news. But I mean, pushing though. I guess the range of the Britain bodkin crossbow is much better than standard fletching skirms. Not even elite skirms as well. I think that's definitely time to push, because elite skirm's definitely on the table. I think it only costs food and gold. Definitely on this table, so I'm not sure why they aren't going for it. Because it would do a lot of damage. Bodkin's in now. Also, Bodkin, all the resources of Bodkin also cost wood and gold. Food and gold, sorry. Breaking their way through that's going to die. Yeah, has to engage. There's such a good range as well. You have such good vision, because you get range based on your vision. You get vision based on your range. What am I saying? I definitely think you could definitely ram. You could definitely take that down with vills. To be honest, delete the palisade to get that down with vills. Get more, get more. Be safe, and you also can get some more vills working. That's look at this vill wandering around into nowheresville. But yeah, safe wood in the back here, but not safe gold. Safe gold here, but not taking it. This is technically a hill, but being chased up a hill. Being chased up a hill of scrums against archers is very Britain things, isn't it? Getting chased back off a hill by your massive skirms. But yeah, Luigi Mario can find another way into this goal. This is Border Dude Man's only safe gold. The pushes worked. Well, the counter pushes worked to deny gold. Yeah, you definitely have to rush this down with Vills, to be honest. It's not working otherwise. Definitely need to mine this one as well. Definitely mine that. You deny Border Dude off gold. Almost in for castle though. Not far off. Can buy away to a castle, which definitely probably should maybe thinking about. I mean, sort of buying away is very difficult when you just lost all your gold Vills, but. And also the Eco KD is now evened itself out. Back stables, I like that. That is a good move. I would like to see all three vills doing that, to be honest, because you want to get there quickly before everything dies. Okay, Bodyman's buying wood. Yeah, if you aren't aware, Hindustani camels and scouts do better bonus damage against buildings. So enough camels, enough scout light cav. Yeah, double vill. Okay, yeah, that's good. More vills building these. Get those camels out quickly. Start eating things. No upgrade. Bloodlines coming in, but no, you can definitely afford scale and bartering and forging. But I appreciate if your food focus is different at the time. We do only see one TC though from Hindustanis. One TC, nothing on gold. 3 TC Britain. I definitely think Luigi Mario is in the play here. I know Beekeeper was saying like had high hopes of Border Dude, but this idle time is racking up. And yeah, this Britain push is pushing. Castle here. Castle on this goal. I like that. Defends that goal. Defends this goal from any sort of encroachment from this angle. Defends this goal in theory after, like, eventually. Potentially it's time. Do we see Scale Mail? Because we definitely will see Gulam come in. Ooh. Castle won't get denied though, but it's definitely a sign to Luigi Mario that there's a castle being. Oh, actually, will it get denied? Mass run and his guns are legging it. Yeah, deletes the house. Legs it even quicker. Right call. You have plenty of population space. Yep, defense. Yep, good call. Good vision there. The saving grace of Border Dude would be the scout light cavalry raid. But you have to respect this archer mash, this crossbow mash. It's getting quite big, and this is enough to easily break through a palisade wall. And now we see some knights of Border Dude. The answer against Skirms. The answer against Gulam as well. We don't see any Gulam yet, not the food eco to make one yet. And we see Scale Mayo coming first, so definitely Gulam. And Knights are the answer to Gulam. They're only good against archer units and eagles. I know you can say it's bad maps beyond, but look how bad this gold was denied for so long for Luigi Mario. Border Dude Man had the chance. It was the idle time that faded. 3 minutes later to Castle Age means that, and that was 3 minutes idle time, so definitely the difference. Here we see a Get Out Your Game castle here. This is definitely brave. 2 Gulam, yep. The Italians back to the stables are the wrong place. They're here doing lots of good raids here. But yeah, this is very much I'm destroying you, castle. Will we see it denied like in the previous game, in the previous set? Will we see an amazing castle denial throw? I don't think so this time, because guess where the archers are? They're here defending. They're good archers. They're defending the castle in all their numbers. Yeah, you're losing all your vills, but the castle's gonna go up. No, there's some knights in play. Will we see a camel in return? It's never a good idea to go knights against a Hindustani player, because camels are gonna eat you alive. And Border Dude is on safe gold again now. But yeah, castle defense, a second castle. This is a deniable castle. It's going to be a lot of TC hopping here if it's going to go up. But Border Dude Man's attention's drifted. This tower was still happening. I better pay attention to here. Yeah, hopping into TC, using what skirms you have to make life difficult. Yeah, TC. I think there's enough skirms here. There's just enough of a presence to get the castle up. But this is an uphill castle. What does the castle really defend now? It defends your farming eco. which is good. But your eco's terrible. Luigi Mario has a 30 vil lead almost. Some more of it's idle. A lot of it's idle. It's now again, now the castle's up and I focus on home. But it's a 40 vil lead. 30 vil lead, sorry, almost 40 vil lead. And this is good. This is input more resources. Sell the gold. Make a few extra farms. Just someone destroy these castles. They're both ungarrisonable. 77 versus 20 HP. Ugh. The scout play from the Hindustani did a lot of damage. Really evened up the eco KD. Really evened it up. But it sort of failed. Not enough food to do anything. Not enough food to make Gulam. Only have 2 Gulam on the field. That's not enough to deal with 30 crossbows. I don't even know where they are. Where are they? Yeah, at the castle. I wish it's here. Yeah. I was a bit fuzzy, yeah. They've good. They've strong base pierce armor. They have no melee armor yet. Oh, Scaremail got cancelled in the end. Had to panic build something or other. I thought Scaremail would come in. But yeah, Luigi Mario's working their way to Imp. Sell 200 wood and you're there. Okay, sell some stone as well. Oh, not to Imp. Yeah. Once Imp comes, it's over. Britain Arbalest are very difficult to stop. Britain Trebuchet chase them uphill, impossible to stop. And as much as camels can do, camels are not good against units against archers. They're good against the knights. So yeah, these knights have to take this very gingerly. And it's difficult. I mean, I know you said it's not down, but this goal is still very safe. This goal has not been pressured. Definitely could go to it if needed be. It was just a few. Bonanza had such a good feudal age push, and it just faltered and didn't go to Castle Age soon enough. Maybe a bit too much of an investment potentially. It's difficult to stop Britons when they're going. Well, mainly of it because he did force because the defensive plane is always going to do better to get age. I was saying it was scouts and skirls versus archers and spears. So yeah, Bonanza has the advantage there because you're not spending as much gold, and you denied the gold. So yeah, it was. I mean, it was perfectly good feudal aggression. It maybe just been a bit too much. You're right, but I think it was just not enough APM focusing on getting vills. Maybe the cheaper vills just does bite you in the end, perhaps, because you're unable to. It's more likely to run out of food. But see, a cav archer, it's enough to do something. I don't know what that something is, but it's enough to do it. It's enough to die very quickly. We do see elite scum. We have seen elite scum come in recently as well. It's just a recent thing, I'm sure. Elite scum on a hill eventually goes down. A couple more come take their place. I wouldn't say this is time for Gulams just yet, unfortunately, but it's Imp's in. Will we see Imp into GG for Boredom, or Imp into Boredom's GG? Because what we see enough for a treb now. Yeah, just buying a treb, buying 2 trebs. GG's called. So there we have the first game. A very good hyper random. I like the map setup, to be honest. I do like the map setup. Yeah, we had Border Dude Man lose their scouts, so Luigi Mario went for a man-at-arms push, which failed because Hindustani still have very good uptimes. The very quick uptime stops man-at-arms, even though he couldn't see it, reacted quick enough and had some scouts in the destroyer. And then Luigi Mario was in the back foot the entirety of feudal age, but just kept it going, just kept the TC producing, just kept the eco going. Was denied gold here for a very long time. But had a nice safe wallable base, which Waterdew just couldn't find a way in. I feel like maybe stop making scout. I think just maybe going to full skirm at that point and just not make any scouts. That's probably the call. I think overinvesting into scouts was definitely the mistake in feudal age. Overcommitment into scouts. Just go full skirms into aging up. I think Kuritara is saying that making this was a mistake. I don't see it as a mistake. I think that did a load that killed like 15 vills. I think that light cav. To be honest, like 7 or 8 light cav killed like 10, 15 vills, and forced night play. So I do like that light cav switch. It was just it was what Borderman had to do. You're down. You're being pushed at home. You have to go for the aggressive play yourself. Archers are a micro-intensive option, and if you're forcing your opponent to think about Vils rather than think about your archers, that's the time where you get a few sneaky picks, you get some TC damage, maybe you get some castle fire damage, you get some skirms in to do some damage. That's where you could really destroy an archer ball by just being so annoying back home. So I do like the light cab, but it was just a very impossible situation for Border Dude. Didn't have the eco, 1 TC, or didn't be able to set any more TCs. And Hindustanis, when your Vils are so cheap, you sort of want the TCs to just keep pushing eco out, and having an eco loss, having been behind an eco, despite having more KD, having been behind an eco to Hindustanis, it's a losing strategy, to be honest. It's playing against your wheelhouse. It's not the thing you want to do as Hindustanis, to be behind in villagers. You're the civ that makes villagers the cheapest, and therefore the most economically. So there we have it, the first game in this set, which hopefully isn't too long because it's 4:30. First game, a good set. I like the generation of the map. It was a good generation, very unfair generation, you might say, for different reasons. Having no safe resources for Luigi, no like alternative gold hurt Luigi Mario, but no sort of safe gold. Sorry, I did the wrong thing there. I like that you just press VV play rather than spectate by catch rate. Okay, sorry, I've bugged up everything. Sorry, I forgot to put my image up. We're sort of a bit spoiled by one. I'm spoiled by one of the sins, but we have Legrand Fosse is the next map. Yeah, it is much easier when I have the eagle eye. Yeah, you didn't know that border. Didn't know 100% that Britain was was going boom, but I feel like it's something you had to predict for. But yeah, Hindustani eco just suffered, and you had to respect the crossbow ball, and difficult to keep making TCs. I think it should be Legrand Fosse. Without seeing the matchup, I know what one of the civs is. I know what Luigi Mario civ is, and I don't dislike that. We have Northern Ireland in the map pool. I do love Khmer for Northern Ireland, so I can see why Khmer is not picked for Fosse, and I would prefer Incas over Aztecs, but I believe it is Aztecs. So I do prefer Incas over Aztecs just because of the extra stone and cheaper houses do better. Stone buildings are cheaper. I think I do like Incas over Aztecs, but Aztecs is the civ to go. I do love Aztecs myself. It's just a good civ. Can do very good archer pressure very early on. Man at arms, such good man at arms. You get the extra gold. I didn't see what Border Dude civ was, I think, and I don't know it. Border Dude, what Border Dude Cumans could be a good interesting option because you have the early siege, and siege is very key on this map. So Cumans could do that for siege, but it's very slow civ. I don't think it's very. It's a lot of investment to get a siege workshop in feudal age. You need a blacksmith, you need the wood, you need the siege workshop, and then you need to build a ram. And there's a lot of investment, which is very difficult to justify on this map, particularly with such difficult wood. Do we see Huns? Do we see on houses? Probably not. Do we see Tatars? There's no hills on this map. Ends in S. So unfortunately, if Luigi Mario, that would narrow things down because there's two civs that end in S. But yeah, very well done. Lithuanians, I don't see Lithuanians. That's such a good open game civ. Same with Burgundians potentially. So Cumans, one of the best closed, and this is the most closed map there is. Mayans, do we see a Central American mirror or Central American face-off? I say it's mirror, it's not really mirror. Huns don't like it because that's a good monocle civ, and so is Tatars is a good monocle civ. So Cumans is my shout. If I'm right, I promise you that was that bit. What I didn't spoil myself with that bit of being Cumans. Okay, it's not. It's Burgundians. I was wrong. It's Burgundians. How are people's feelings on Burgundians? More for like the early aggression. Burgundians are very sort of civ. You want to get them a bit later, in my opinion, because you get such a good cavalry stuff. You get such good cavalry, so you want to sort of get to Castle Age to get some knights, to get some cavalier. But this game this game can punish, and Aztecs specifically can punish a fast castle. But that being said, if you're thinking Aztecs, Burgundians are a good counter. Aztecs that do die to gunpowder. You don't really want to have to make skirms as Aztecs. They get good skirms because of Atlatl, but you don't want to have to make skirms. You want to sort of, skirms eagles works fine, but you get faster attacking gunpowder as Burgundians, I believe, or cheaper. I think it's faster attacking gunpowder, which means that you do quite well in the long term here. So Aztecs really want to have to shut this game down early. Burgundian Vineyards as well, the Castle Age tech for Burgundians, is a really good way of showing up some safe gold on a map where gold is pretty difficult to find. Let's have a drink. Also, Aztecs, really good at having an Eagle Scout to start off with. Get some good opportunities for luring, because here's a lame, sorry. Here's the Eagles are slower than Scouts, which means they don't run out the boar's line of sight. And they can repair in the TC, which means you can have your Scout back for later. Yep. Oh, just got there in time. Got the lame. Imagine being lamed on this map. Couldn't be me. So yeah, got one of the board, and they can just, if they want, can come back in the TC, heal up, lame a second ball. Go on. You know you wanna do it. I know it takes a while to heal. In the TC, unfortunately, especially without herbal medicine, it takes a long while. But maybe scouting your own ball might be a good idea. Could be worth. But an interesting plan here by Luigi Marabot is by killing the Palisade Gate. That one I understand because it's a bit difficult to lame. But killing this one, as you're just showing, you don't need to use the Palisade Gate to lame. You don't need to delete the wall. The gate's perfectly fine, and the Veil probably favour taking care of the gate. So we see triple boars here, or double, because so actually very good timing on that second ball. Just as your own one was done, get the second one in. Not where we were standing it yet. You have your enemy's one as well. So this is what Luigi is looking for the last ball. I think Border is looking for the last ball as well, looking for the ball that was looking to try to steal their own ball. If they see it, I don't think it might work. The Eagle Scout's weak enough. Does Border have the micro to deal with the Eagle Scout and the boar? We'll find out just after this. No, we don't see Loom yet, so if need be, Border could take a veil. Okay, Border's seen it, not quite seen. Aztec Eagle has a greater line of sight and can see the scout, but the Border Scout has not seen the boar. Maybe you think it's worth it if they've taken all their boars already, but they haven't. There's still one left. But I think the Border gives up. Unfortunately for them, they give up. But I think combination of an eagle and a boar, I don't think it's easy to lame that back home. Yeah, not when you see it already watching. We see Loom come in. We see another wall delete. I think Luigi Mario hates his wall. It's confirmed. It's safer. It means you don't have to do the finicky micro around the gate, but it does make you have to re-wall it later. That being said, you usually wall along here, and along there anyway. So it shouldn't be too difficult in the meantime. And then he's already house walled that off. So what are we thinking for the matchup? Okay, see you a bit, Jewel. Might do team games later. I'll let you know later this evening what I'll be doing. Because we haven't done the team games in a while, to be honest. We should only practice for Wednesday. So, what do we see in the game? If people are around, what are you predicting? Do you think we see the barracks up just now? So, Aztec men at arms. It's the best thing Aztecs can do, to be honest. I think Aztec has gone Loom. So they haven't gone Loom. What do they spend their gold on? Or maybe it's queued. It's queued. Yeah, it's queued. They get 50 extra gold. So I wonder where that was gone. But yeah. But I mean, if you want to go man at arms, I definitely think of more barracks this closer to the front, or closer to the back. But it works too. Do you think with all we see? I think they've gone for castle. Yeah, they've gone for Feudade as well. So both players are clicked up behind some vills. No, they haven't. Border Dude's going for Fast Castle. Okay, that is interesting. Yep, Fast Castle. You're 100% right. You got there before I did, and you have the stream delay as well. So you got there before I did. Yep, I guess that's a lot of wood for scout play. You're right. I mean, if Luigi Mario doesn't punish this, Burgundian Fast Castle would work. That being said, Burgundian has a good eco bonus, and that's they get the eco upgrades an age earlier, and waiting time before you can get Bowsaw is dangerous. Then you can get early horse, but then you can start getting farms in Dark Age with horse collar. So swings and roundabouts. It's just that T90 always says you want to maximise your eco benefits, your eco bonuses. And we see Luigi doing small walls for no reason. I feel like maybe realising about a minute, like a minute and a half, when you don't see fast feudal, Yeah, we see horse cars. So definitely, yeah, definitely Border Dude make as much use of it of their eco before Fast Castle. We see the militia. We see the Eagle Scout keeping an eye on. Doesn't see the walls yet, but yeah, and we see that scout being hella annoying. Okay, we don't see the walls yet. I feel like moving the Eagle Scout away, and now we get the extra line of sight for Feudal Age. Now it's a Feudal Age Eagle Scout. You see a one-ville wall. You can see that's attackable. That you can't quick wall that out. However much you try, you cannot quick wall. Man at Arms upgrades comes in. That's a dead ville. Using the eagle to take part. I mean, the villain's taking the eagle for. Okay, sacrificing. It's a worthy sacrifice for the cause. But it doesn't stop you just walking around. Will we see small walls now? It's panic small walls. Good decision. Doesn't think you'd be able to do quick walls around here. But the man-at-arms aren't going to get their use out of it unless they start keep moving. Maybe we see attacking for the home. This gate is now attackable. I'd definitely like to see the attacking this gate, to be honest. Attack the gate. It's the weakest part. It's the weakest part of the fortifications is the gate, and it really forces really good micro and forces these fish fields off fish. We see Feudal Age in for boy a bit early though. Fast Castle, you're right with the Fast Castle concept, but it's not going to be very fast. It's going to be mediumly speed castle because it hasn't to spend a lot of wood on these farms, on these walls. Nothing, you can't get both buildings down, and can't get farms down. But we see this archer play, continuing archer, man at arms archers, classic Aztecs. To be honest, classic Aztecs. Sad news, the archer was out of position, and it might go down after enough picks. Yeah, I mean, killing down this wall will be a good idea. To take down the gate, force the scout to engage, bring your archer with your thing, just bring your archer with it, take down the gate. We see the market, we see enough resources for a blacksmith now. Will we see blacksmith, or will we see... I mean, blacksmith's the only way to get any appreciable time, that's the problem. You try and go for market, try and go for blacksmith productive building, that's 350 spoons you can't afford. And here we see... I mean, this is not Fast Castle territory now, really, is it? Yeah, you're right, the ball lane hurt. I feel like maybe that was a time to think about something else. I mean, Boyd is sort of half recognised it by going early horse collar. Thinking about going farms, making up for the ball, but yeah, it does suffer your timing a bit. Definitely consider going more villas later Dark Age. But that said, it's you're gonna get, even with this sort of thing, you're not making any military. You're gonna get to feudal before. You're going to get to castle before Luigi Mario, but at what cost? At what cost indeed? It's sort of my catchphrase seems to be at what cost to these days. Make that my new catchphrase. This scout's been very annoying. I feel like you force that scout to... I guess that scout's getting a lot of worth, but now you've locked the scout in. The scout's stuck in the base. Is that... that's one more. Yeah, drawing the scout in. It costs you a lot of archers. I think you've lost 3 archers. Yeah, lost 2 archers just because they've been slow to wander in. Tower on the woodland, I like that tower. Definitely want tower on the gold, I like that tower. That's the thing about the Grand Fossé, you start with safe stone. It's quite easy to keep yourself protected with towers or donjons. And yeah, and I feel like Border Dude's going to get lucky in the end. Lost all their army. If the region I can see these villas in the north, that'd be great picks. But getting the blacksmith up will have... By the time this blacksmith comes up, this will be the fine eco for Castle Age. And the Luigi Mario has to think, what do I want to do? Do I want to deny the Burgundian like Castle Age boom by trying to like deny, just stop going military, try and focus on going up itself, making spears maybe to protect against the castle play. Yeah, what to do? Luigi Mario didn't. Oh yeah, you're best of 3 cause it was best of 3 and you went Goths, yeah. I mean you were winning though, you were winning for so long and Bruce Chinese went buh, your Chinese has a slow sieve to get going and you really pushed that because I watched that privately. You really pushed that game to go, really. You really made Bruce work for that victory. Yeah, Goths weren't the strongest pick in this map pool. It's difficult to get them going. And in your credit, this is the map to get them going. If you manage to get if you can get stone walls up here, really brazen the stone walls or something, it's really something you can really boom behind. But we see a cut in. They've cut in here. The archers, the man-at-arms, the eagles are cut in. They can't really make much progress. This is a very safe TC. I don't like there's 4 villas behind it. I think you can just wait, put them on guard, then put them on guard and send them back later. I feel like it's the wrong time because now you have to. Actually, no, we're just rehoused. I mean, you can't keep rehousing them. Luckily, the archers are busy. They're not busy trying to deny that house. But yeah, there isn't much space to be pushed back to after this house goes. I mean, I guess you're in TC range now though, so yeah, it's worked. I mean, you're definitely in garrison. You're definitely in TC range. Castle Age is in. I know it's been happening during it. These archers are going to die. Where's the stable? Where's the stable? Here's the stable. We see a knight. We don't see cavalier yet. They cost 150 food and gold, I think, for Burgundians. Half price stable upgrades, I think. Or is it like 40%? Maybe it's half price, but obviously nowhere near the eco to get some cavalier. And why would you? You want to get the knights are such a good easy go boom go Castle Age go into boom. I say like as the explosive boom, as rather than the metaphoric boom. Send knights to boom some villas out of existence. 2 knights. There's a lot of. I mean, getting spears. I feel like it's a bit late for spears. You know Burgundians are coming. Were you not expecting something to go up so soon? I don't know. It's always easy. It's easy to defend in Fosse. It's when siege comes in, that's the problem. I feel like Luigi Mario needed to go into siege earlier. But obviously, this is such a. It ended up being an okay speed for Fast Castle with very little ideal TC time and with no market abuse as well, I think. Very little market abuse. Now there's market abuse. To build a second TC. So we have 4 knights come in. 2 spears is not enough. You need 6 spears to deal with that. And now it's Luigi Mario's turn to defend. Get a house in here to defend. House wall back in. And there's no overchop yet. That's dangerously close to an overchop. 31 wood. Wait to pike. Wait for monks. Aztec monks are the best in the game. Bar none, I believe. Because they get extra HP per every upgrade they take. And they get extra gold per relic. The only better relic bonus is the Burgundian's own relic bonus of extra food per relic. Maybe we'll see some relic wars. Okay, there's an overchop. I'm wrong, there's an overchop. There's a hella overchop. Will he see it in time? He reacts in time to run the rules away, but doesn't react in time to quick wall that out. I mean, 6 spears. They're forging. Okay, they're forging spears, so they might do some damage. They could get in the choke point. I mean, they could have got in the choke point. Now the rules are having to go back and run. And the rules are going back and run away again. Pike's coming in. Only 7 spears on pike. It might be enough, to be honest. These villas are coming back home. These guys are running round to get in the second TC. Good things to see. These pikes in, yeah. Now pikes are such a good upgrade to spears. I can't remember what's the difference between pike and spears, but pikes are such a clean upgrade. I think it do like 2 extra damage almost. I think per unit. Breaks out the hole again. Definitely think about re-walling that in, sending walls back to wood because wood is such a resource you need. Eco-wise, Burgundians overchopped here. Not going to be fresher. Thinking about eagles. That's the right decision. If you want to do some damage, go eagles. No monks yet, though. Do we see monastery? I like to see monks, to be honest. First, you have the monks do really well against Burgundians. If Burgundians get the cavalier, it doesn't hurt to get some of your own. But I understand that. No, yeah, the wood was lame. Can't get the monastery down so soon. Focusing on siege. I don't like that decision. You're against cavalry. Think about Castle Age. Think about Castle Age. If you're going for knights and siege, so monk or siege, you have to think about what you're facing against at first. If your army's going knights, you need to get the monastery down first. Get the monks out first. If your army's facing archers, then the siege workshop comes first. You're giving Bordeaux a clue that you're here with a siege workshop almost finished. Don't know where the Ville gone. I think the Ville's been chased. But that's a lot of dead. All those Villes died at the same time. That's sad news. Literally, 3 pikes just thrust and all of them die. You're thinking Knight Scorpion against Aztecs. I don't disagree. I like that. That's a good move. I think that should be stone gated imminently. Doesn't recognise it. Doesn't see it. Will he lose anything? Not really. There's pikes and defend. It's such an easy thing. Route siege is very easy to defend your base. That's why You're 100% right, Cosmin. To get the siege workshop down ASAP. Here we see a Burgundian barracks. I don't know why. Do you know why why Burgundians want to go for a second barracks? Why do you want to go? Okay, man at arms works. I just don't love it. Like, it's a lot of food investment to go to double TC, double barracks, double stable, knight man at arms, vills is a lot of investment. I mean, I guess he's not making knights, he's not thinking about doing any of the men at arms, but it's just not something I would consider. And I think there's a good reason that longswords. I mean, if that's your siege, it's not the best siege. It kills eagles. Yeah, it kills everything that they're sending. I just don't think it's the right time for that. I don't think it's going to work. I feel like Aztec archers will kill that. I mean, you already know that Luigi Mario is teched into archers to some extent. Has gone for early man at arms archer play. If you start seeing man at arms yourself, well, that just means more archers. And if Luigi Mario is going for the gold for eagle play, then they have the gold for crossbow play. The TC goes down as well. It's a great TC there. Bit too slow to get into react. Now all the vills have died. You have to engage this. Your vills are threatened. You have to engage it with something. And these are only the man at arms. They're not longswords yet, and there's no infantry yet. There's no upgrades yet for any of the. These pikes will kill the man at arms. Double infantry, both armors. Let's see. We have a pike versus the man at arms. Look what's happening. It's even. The pike's in favour here. The pike's winning this fight because of the difference in HP. It's an even fight otherwise. If they're equal HP, it's even damage trade. And pikes beat these pikes are killing these men at arms. That said, coach to the front, quadruple barracks, triple barracks. That changed quickly. We see the knights. We also see the knights in for Cosm. We also see the knights in for Border Dude. Got a few kills there. Didn't notice that. Sorry, I was busy focusing on Luigi's push. Look at that gold eco. That's the thing. You got so much gold. You need to sort of really think about market abusing your way up. And also scorpions. You know, you say like Knight Scorp is to play. It's now Pike Scorp for the Aztec player. And you got the eco for Scorps. I think you should definitely don't forget your siege workshop. But yeah, these man at arms don't clear these pikes at the moment, not without any upgrades. Okay, so now we see a castle. It's a risky castle. I definitely think about doing some more defensive castle. But I think Border Dude wants this game to end before Aztecs can start going a bit crazy, because Aztecs are one of the teams that do be going crazy. And we see an offensive castle. I mean, that doesn't blocking the gate is not very useful because you can just the wall, and now you have 1 man at arms and 22 vills against about 10 pikemen and a crossbow. There's a lot of vills going to die here. The castle's going to go up 100%. The castle's going to go up. Pikes don't do the most damage in the universe, but it's a lot of damage. And all those, I mean, luckily there was 20 space left. I think some of this had to die so there could be an efficient garrison. Will we see a change in will we see a change of play? This castle is such a good castle. The Grand Façade is a castle drop map. Never forget that aspect of castle dropping. Now there's longswords and knights will clear up these pikes. They can't engage units because they just get drawn out into the castle fire. We see I don't love that TC. I would love that on the stone personally. It's such a crucial resource. Crucial resource. But we do see some more crossbows. We see some cuirassiers. So how are chat's feelings about this game now? It was very good for Luigi Mario with the longsword switch hasn't helped. It's the castle drop switch that has helped, to be honest. I don't think the longsword switch helped at all to really. I think it's the castle drop switch. We see a bunch of cuirassiers. Is there anything to hit the cuirassier yet? There's some weak TCs that forces some reactions there for garrison reactions. Now Luigi Mario's in the back foot, and the problem with Aztecs, they sort of need the momentum. I mean, they have the defense options of Pike Monk, but you sort of need the Eagles as the raid, and an unraidable Burgundian is difficult to kill Burgundians. If you can get Burgundian farms, Burgundian vineyards, if those can come up, that's going to be really effective. And these buildings here, Siege Vulture hasn't made anything, this monastery hasn't made anything, this villager hasn't done anything for about 6 minutes. This crossbow mass it doesn't get so much damage against these towers. Sure, Bonanza's overreached a bit. Hasn't gone for another TC in the back here. Another home TC. I'd like to see that TC'd. If I'm brutally honest, that'd be a nice thing to TC. But honestly, if you think about stone, just get this stone. It's so free. It's so safe. It's so undefended. Sorry, it's so defended by yourself. This stone is less. It's very much less defending. In fact, it's not safer. Okay, we see some pikes. Yeah, these pikes aren't worth the food. Well, they're just dying from castle fire. We see 6 Courtiers. Not looking good for Luigi Mario now. Boromir might get the revenge back in the set, make this drag out for even more games. But yeah, we see the crossbow mass. They need to find a hole quickly because here we have Courtier. Courtier, what, 29 damage in their first attack, and about, what was it, 9 in subsequent attacks. Plus 12 extra damage when they're from a recharge bar. They have nerfed Courtier so the recharge bar takes longer to do, or maybe I think it's recharge bar quicker but does less damage. I think it was. They changed it from like 15 to 20, something like that. They have nerfed it a bit, but yeah, this is a mop up. Like what that crossbow had so much health, 2/3 of its health just get murdered imminently. This is where monks come in. You need monks, Aztec monks. Here's a monk, good old monkey. Monks, what monk upgrades in this monk? Well, how much monks? 30 HP. No monk upgrades yet. That's what they start with. Sanctity needs to come in. You need more monasteries. You need full monastery defense here. Pikes aren't good because they just die to one hit. And if monks are dying to one hit, you might as well just die anyway. Yeah, QCA just aren't caring. +2 cav archers coming in. This is dead eco here. So it's so spread out as well. There's not like really much on the lumber camp to really defend. These QCA could start to eat TCs. These archers are just sitting there chilling. You have rams here that destroy the siege workshop. There's no redemption in either yet for these monks. They can't even convert the rams. You need to start convert QCA quick. You don't want the enemy making more QCA. Pikes, how do they trade against QCA? Not bad, but not well. That's 4 pikes to 1 QCA. It's not looking good. 2 QCA now. They managed to get a counterattack after they disengaged. Yeah, you're right. It's not looking good. But one thing though, Luigi Mario's got 3 TC boom-ish. Enough rest to go imp. Enough rest for town watch. But yeah, I don't like imp because imp into what? Do you have any? You don't really have any military. Imp into arb. But your army's everywhere. You don't really have 12 crossbows, and you're dying to QCA. It's a good boom, but I don't mind. I think it's a situation, but you don't want Burgundians to go late either because they get hand cannons, and the QCA trade very well against crossbows, especially at +2, and you haven't got any archer armor yet, and you aren't reacting to when your eco died. You had the eco lead. You had 99 vills when you clicked up to imp. And Crusade trade well against Eagles as well. Because you get Garden Wars, you don't get Eldorado, so you don't have the extra HP to suffice some QCA damage. This doesn't reaction. Now they've reacted. Lost 12 vills in the last 2 minutes. Down to 87. So, that's enough. After these vills pump out, after these TCs pump out vills, it'll be even in vills. What we do see is this being retaken. I mean, if you took it with vills, maybe they forgot there was Gaia units here. Because you've just lost 3 vills to Gaia, 4 vills to Gaia, 5 vills, 6 vills to Gaia. You can see here, that's why you can the discrepancy in vills. Losing vills to Gaia is never a good move. Now vills is in Burgundian favour. But luckily you get to imp. Imp into what? Into ram? Into camps ram against QCA? QCA, I don't think the QCA do extra damage against siege. I think it's just land military. I could be wrong, but I think they do extra damage against land military. But here we have this useless mining camp now. It's not a good mining camp. No relics yet. What are these monks? Where are these monks going? They're here. I don't know what they want. They're just viewing some rubble. We see Imp. Burgundians are not going Imp. They're making 6 more Custier. They don't need to make Imp. Second castle. This is a goodbye castle. Goodbye. Please resign castle. I say that, but Grand for say it's never easy, but it would be easy if the Luigi Mario had access to all this stone and could do some counter castles, but they do not. They don't have any stone access. Their home stone is no longer safe. It's too weak. They lost that TC to mangonels. I mean, you're right early on, night siege. You're wrong with the knight, but the cavalry siege you said, and it wasn't knight, and it wasn't scorpions. It was mangonels and Custier. But this is GG. This has to be. It's our ball. It's not even upgraded though. You've been focusing on your eagles without actually making any eagles. Focus on getting pikes. Obviously, Aztecs don't get ham, so these are fully upgraded pikes now, apart from the last armor. Except Garden Wars. You're not getting Garden Wars anytime soon. Going pikes here is not a good idea because you can't get a castle. There's no stone on the map to take anymore. Your safe stone here has been made into getting TCs and towers and stone wall and things like that. This is the last vestige of Luigi Mario's army. It's more army than the Burgundian player, but look at this farming Nico. I don't know if Vinians is in yet. I can't check if Vinians in. Even in the game it doesn't show. I can't see if retroactively if unique texts have been researched, I don't think. But look at this farming eco here. This is lovely. Imps coming in. Mangonel push. Oops, that's a nice zoom out there. These monks haven't done a single thing all game. What a waste of gold. They could get some Ville conversions, get some Custier. They're such good units. You get your own, that makes your life much easier. If that was stable, get redemption. You can't get redemption because you've run out of your gold. But here we see this. At least this castle's going down. This castle's going down. The Custier getting shot down. Pikemen ejecting out to do it. When we see it go down, it might do. It might go down. Ungarrisonable. The villas are repairing frantically. One ram goes down. 2 ram goes down, pike can eject, the crossbow going down. This is Luigi Mario's last desperate push. If this fails, it's going to be. I think it's going to resign, and the castle stays up. Well, great reaction. They run out all their stone, but doesn't need it. You can just go over here later. I can't see Luigi Mario staying for that. That was their last push to win the game, to have a chance at the game anyway. That sound doesn't have like a immediately killable form. Not enough Crusade to eat a TC yet. Not enough Siege. Siege is very immobile. Need some Trebs in. Well, I know that's still Siege. Okay, we did see Capram. We saw Capram come in. What resource access does Luigi Mario have? Back in this back gold. This Gaia gold. There's something that have been done right. I know you said GG. That was like 10 minutes ago. I know I've seen it since then, but. Luigi Mario is fighting. They've got the military lead. It's just not good military. It's just lots of almost fully upgraded save the castle. Pikemen. Crossbow have died. Monks have done nothing. Cap Ram's not going to do anything. Sadly. Don't know where the Rams... Okay, the Rams are here. I mean, that would kill that Ram. But these Mangonels are very on hand. Mangonels can really kill Rams. Second TC... Frantically making Ville. That's 8 Ville production right in the front of Custier. And then imp upgrades here for Burgundians. I mean, just click the save up the flame for militias. To be honest, that'd be a quite good finish to this game. Click the button. Okay, we see this castle go up again. There's not enough stone to repair it this time, so we might see this castle go down. We see Light Cav upgrade. Hussar upgrade coming in, Light Cav on the field. The castle goes down. The castle does indeed go down. It's a chance. Luigi Mario is not going to go. It's going to come out swinging. I mean, use the ram to kill the mangonels. To be honest, they do lots of good damage against them, and not really paying attention too much. Not reacting, not garrisoning, now garrisoning, losing quite a bit of vills there, but not going to make a difference. Hussar raids coming in the south. That's going to be over soon. Does anyone see a hope? You want to see hand cannon? That'd be the definitive answer. Yeah, you're right, Bonanza. That was Dark Age only, Bruce. They only got those in Dark Age. Haven't got a single upgrade since. I guess haven't been a bit panicky. Hasn't even got Burgundian Vineyard yet either. That's another eco grade which become really handy with all this farm eco. Mining the stone, looking for a third castle. I would think it there are the ideal third castle spots. Completely completely back them into the corner. There's a lot of pikes though. There's a lot of pikes. I don't love the pike. This is where hand cannon comes in. How many archery ranges have been made? Approximately 0. Oh yeah. This is the university got denied for chemistry. That's probably quite important, but it needs to go up first. Probably are going to see hand cannons. University, then chemistry, then we'll see hand cannons. We see it. University's in. Can't afford chemistry yet. Almost can't. Now it can. Nope. Masonry's the first upgrade. Not chemistry. It was university to rush masonry. Okay, there was a pause. Game froze. That's unfortunate, but that's the potentially deniable castle. To be honest, there's enough pikes in here. The Hussar don't do as well as Cuirassier against pikes. Rams in here could do a lot of damage to this. Will we see a comeback? I don't think we should, but we could. Look at the army difference. Eco leads in face of Luigi Mario. Much better eco position though for Border Dude. But look, this castle's getting denied. This will getting knocked down quicker than it's getting pumped up. Cap Brown doing a lot of damage, and there's only 4 villas left building. What is it on? I can't. It got deleted. I think it got deleted. I don't think it got destroyed. I think they cut the losses where they could. I think it was 70% up though, so there's a lot of stone loss. And all bodies do is making Hussar with 100 food in the bank. It's not a good look. Lost a lot of farm villas to build that castle. 21 vil difference. We could see an upset. Honestly, I don't like. I preferred eagles. You got the goal to make a lot of eagles. You have to go supplies and the longswords. To be honest. Against Hussar Cuirassier, I like eagles. The Rams are going to get beaten down by Cuirassier and it's very good for a Border Dude to have a sandwich castles which can produce melee units. It's always good when you can produce melee units out of your castles. But these masonry castles are going to do take a long while to kill. There's a lot of pikes on the field. It could be an upset the century. I don't know how Border Dude's lost this. The monks are just wandering now. Has another monastery been made? I don't think that has. At this point, probably not the right decision. Not even just pure Hussar. It's probably not the decision to make a monastery. Not enough wood to keep the ram production, sadly. So it's difficult. But also make eagles. Eagles your friend. Just make eagles. I guess you're trying to go for 200, going for champion. It's a long. I mean, pike's coming in for Burgundians. Like you're making pike against Aztec pike. I don't like to see it. The only benefit that Border's getting all the stone. If Luigi Mario can swing round and get a TC here, that would be absolutely amazing. Like get a TC round here. Get a TC here in this corner. I know people don't like rim TCs, but getting that stone and gold, that would be absolutely amazing. Here we see the castle get trebbed down again. Not trebbed down, sorry, why am I saying trebbed down? But yeah, it's now siege ram, which is hella chunky, hella quick. These siege rams, hella powerful. Even these frontline barracks aren't going to pump pikes fast enough. We now see like long swords as well, but we're still going to see some two-handed swordsman champion upgrades coming in. This is the upgrade of the century. I still would love to see eagles. I would love to see to buy a castle, to be honest, at this rate. The stone price might become quite tasty as the Border Dude runs out of gold. Such a weird map, such a weird game, such a good game. I wasn't expecting this from the offset. We saw Burgundian push through with a castle drop. Has safe stone, which isn't bothering. But we lost the safe gold. Very bad scouting as well. Well, not very bad scouting, but hasn't really utilised its scouting. Hasn't taken any of the Gaia sort of golds. But on the other hand, Aztecs have also run out of gold. Come to go with 4 gold. There's a lot of gold there. I guess that's why the the Eagle play not play. You can't sustain that going forever on this map. Not without relics. Champions are coming in. I love to see a champion. Where's Tom? Where's Tom in the chat for some sword? We saw swords cause to GG. Border is right. Counterplay needs work. It wasn't the counterplay. It was the push. It was the continuation that went down. It was the lack of continuation. The push was great. Coustier absolutely annihilating. Didn't go imp. You needed to go Coustier into imp, into trebs, and then also not knowing what your resources, maybe not the most experienced at this map. It's your home map, but not thinking like maybe this is the time to go for the Gaia. It was very difficult about range units. Range units are the best to take out Gaia, and Luigi Mari spent a lot of their crossbow, didn't have any left, but used them effectively to clear out the Gaia. Got the safe gold. Didn't take the relic, but that's what we need to have you. But you had such a good push going, Bordered, if you're watching this back. Such a good push. Yeah, it was just a decision. It was just a continuation of the pressure. The pike number's got enough damage that maybe you have to think about counter against the pikes. And your best play against pikes is castles, because you have the Crusader from the castles, so keep Crusaders around for raiding, because they can kill any rams and you can just focus down. Murder holes, that's also a good idea. Murder holes, they would have saved you a lot against a lot of pike threats. Murder holes. And in chemistry, into hand cannons. You have a hand cannon bonus, have a hand cannon sim bonus. Aztecs really suffer against hand cannons. You need to, especially when you have to really focus. Coustier hand cannons, really good comp. In general, it's just a really excellent comp in general. But against Aztecs specifically, because the Coustier can kill the archers very effectively, very quickly. Very difficult to get. You can easily get a surround going, and then you can easily kill them off very quickly. And if not, just disengage and come back. And then hand cannons kill with any infantry options, any eagles, any pikes, any champions that eagles may produce. And it's just a continuation. You had the siege great with push. Siege Manganese killed this TC, didn't go any further. Castles into hand cannons is the right decision. Oh yeah, eco. No upgrades. Look at the upgrades. Bowsaw, heavy plow, wheelbarrow. Nothing here. No bowsaw. No plow. And your Burgundians. You have that. You have the option available to you. Probably didn't even get the mining upgrades. Let's look. Didn't get any mining upgrades. Did the Aztecs get any mining upgrades? I'm looking at the game. Yeah, mining. Aztecs got gold mining. So it's just a clear. Working with pressure. And yeah, that's where you lost. You can't. Maybe a scrappier player, like to deal with pressure, like Luigi Mari likes to thrive under pressure. You might have the reverse of it. You don't really thrive while producing pressure. And sort of a counterplay there. It wasn't the counterplay. It was just you didn't give enough pressure and you died from lack of pressure. So that's the second game. It's 2-0. That's not bad for my. Okay, that's overlay. I'm not going to forget this time. Overlay. So that's going to be Bordeaux's other home map, which should be Land Madness. So we have a Land Madness coming. So what do people think for Land Madness? Will we see? This is definitely a game which might suit Border Dude's styles. This was their first pick map as well, so it's one they definitely did not want the opponent player to ban. Or I don't know. I can't remember when the ban happened. Okay, so we have Land Madness. What Land Madness is? Well, we've seen Hindustanis and Burgundians. We've seen Aztecs and Britons. Cumans lift. Mayans are a good counter. I mean, I see Huns personally. Huns cavalry archers such good on this map. Cavalry archer play is excellent. So scouts into cav archers, not having to build houses. I like Huns here. Mongols are the clear Land Madness steer for Luigi Mario. Hunt, eat that hunt. If you want to deal with Mongols, and best anti-Mongol strat is probably Cumans because of the camel option. I know you have the Cumans. I know you have the worst camels in the game as Cumans, but it's a potential deal with. Tatars have better cav archers than Mongols, so Tatars is also an option if you really want to think oh god, they're going Mongols. What do I do? But I think Huns do. I think Huns just benefit. Huns also better cav archers than Mongols. Thinking about it, so if you go Huns, I think that's the answer. Hun Mongol is what I predict. It's a very quick prediction because I want to get this going. And it's quite clear. Okay, I was wrong. These Londoners are not their favourite civ. It's Lithuanians Khmer. You said you were right. You were right ages ago with Khmer and Land Madness, and I said no. It's the best. It's a great Northern Isles civ. But we see it here. We see Khmer. I mean, if you suggested Khmer here, what would you rate for Khmerness? Because I see Khmer as I see it as a chunk. I see it as an elephant civ. I know it does knights, but it's like siege into mounted siege. And elephants, that's a very slow comp. Siege is very slow. It's a very fast-paced open map, and you don't have the best cavalry in the game. You don't get paladin. I think you don't. I don't think you get paladin. No, you don't get paladin. You just stuck up cavalier, and so against Lithuanian, a full knight play is going to suffer. So you're going to have to mix some sort of elephants in or monks. Against monks, you lose to Lithuanians. Lithuanians have better monks than Khmer. So you're going to have to mix elephants in, which is a very slow comp. Scout play, I guess yes. Early scout play is a good point. You can get, in theory, early scouts, but Khmer don't age up early in their manners because you need the mill. You need. I mean, it's good to have a mill. You might end up. You need the lumber camps. That's one of the buildings. And I guess you don't need the mill, but it's good to have the mill. I wouldn't be surprised if Luigi makes a mill before aging up. That's the thing. They might not. They might just go like rush mill. Okay, that's bad for Bordeaux. Losing a lot of scout. Not even pushing as well. They're very aggressive with their scouting. Not even thinking about pushing. So yeah, we might see a fast Khmer, no mill scout play. Lithuanians. Yeah, Lithuanians really build up into. It's a very much a knight civ. It's not much of a scout civ. Doesn't get any scout bonuses, I don't think. So yeah, it's definitely first scout play is definitely stronger than Lith scout play. But if Lith get into Castle Age and beyond, I prefer Lith. So yeah, on this Land Madness, we're going to do it. Every single game so far I've casted on Land Madness. Okay, we see aggressive. We don't see pushing the deer. We see attacking the deer. So it's going to be a mill. So it's not even going to be a no mill play. It's just going to be a no lumber camp play. No, it's going to be a no lumber camp play. There's none on wood so far. It's going to be pure food into mill. So just no one mill, no lumber camp. But yeah, Land Madness. What do we think Land Madness? I always cast this. Start with berry bush. Get some safe food. Berries nearest to you. Berries in between wood lines, roughly intervals. You start with 3 deer close to you, and you have 4 deer around in places to pick up. So people usually push the 3 deer and then mill the rest deer if they feel like it. Wood lines to the back. Unwallable wood lines. Small wall to your friend. You can't wall this bit. This is very specific. You can wall here, you can't wall here. There's a 1-tile wall in the gap usually. You have to start with 8 sheep. Bordeaux hasn't finished his sheep. Gone very aggressive with scouting. Going to go for a second salvo. Not even going for a mill. There's no upgrade building. It's not even bothered. You have the wood for the mill. It's going full. I don't like this build order. It's very walky. Pushing deer eventually. If it works, it works. But I don't see it working. It's very easy to wall in. Okay, milling the deer. Milling the deer, you're going to push. I don't like that strat. It's a bit easier to push. We see a lot of wood here. But we see this. We see the loom 817 pop up. We will see it. We'll see the legendary setting pop up. And Bordeaux's thinking. Okay, we're seeing a lot of those there. Great, we haven't gone back on that. Maybe we realise that Khmer is our Khmer and can age up earlier. We only start with 1 boar, so it's always thinking about pushing. That's why you always think about pushing is better than not pushing because you only have 1 boar. Not like Arabia where you have 2 boars and pushing is like an optional extra which you don't have to take, but many people do. It is a game where you push because it's a bit too slow to have to mill your safe deer. Anyway. Gold-wise, you start with 4 gold and 3 gold littered, and you don't start with any stone. You have to go for stone littered. That's why I don't love Khmer here. Ballista Elephant is never a strong option because you can't get that stone for castles easily. Stone gold-wise, Luigi or generation-wise, no, let's say 3 gold. Let's say 4 gold. Luigi Mario has safe, let's say, and same thing, safe gold and let's say 4 gold, but also very forward starting position. So you've got a lot of stone in the back, which is potentially safe in later ages. So maybe we see a Ballista Elephant stuff. It's difficult to scout there. You don't think about scouting it. It has scouting it, but it doesn't always think about that. And look at that. It's a 3 deer mill. It's a 3 deer mill again. It's a 3 deer food collection. It's not. I don't love that. But we do see 17 pop up, but only a minute faster than Border Dude. That's the thing about this play. It's all the walking you have to do and all the sort of microwing your vills and all the sort of panic. It's only 1 min faster. And that's the difference in vills, to be honest, almost. The Warlord Scout's not going to survive for long, not when it's still in Dark Age, but it's not even going to be up that fast, and by the time you can see Scouts in the play, they're going to be well walled up. The weakest resource here is this deer, and I think it's going to be eaten up quickly. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can do mill, but the thing about this map, you don't want unsafe resources. He hasn't gone from. You don't want to have to mill and farm there because it's so risky. As we'll go in later, and I imagine you've heard before, Cosmin, how to play this map when it's just scout play. And what we see here is spears. You want 1 spear for every 2 scouts for every undefended resource. So, like I say, having to mill this and having to have that is an undefended resource. So we see one scout, not enough scouts. Undefended resources for Border Dude. This berry is this hunt, this thing. So you need 6 spears for every 2 scouts, pretty much, because they're quite isolated. Maybe like 5, because those are fairly jointed. And for Border Dude, safe. That's one risky there, and that's 1 there. So 2. So you need spears there. So as we see the scouts come in, we see Luigi's scouts, 3 scouts on their way, and Border Dude has 3 scouts already. So like, they're not the best scouts in the world, but yeah, but look, the scout play hasn't worked. It's gone later and undefended. Boy, it's very risky with this player. It's very risky. If those scouts saw that if it was coming, that would be absolutely insane. But Border Dude hasn't scouted the base. Doesn't know where. So might get lucky finding these Millvilles. Gonna get very lucky finding this mill. You have to engage Border Dude. You can't let those Millvilles die. Okay, but I think it has worked out. There's probably this here rather than there. So yeah, the scout play hasn't worked. It's too. You want to come over for a quick uptime, but it's not quick enough. And now you're facing overwhelming Lithuanian scout production, and you don't have the eco to support that. You have to walk so far for your deer. Good farm eco. I like the good farm eco, but lot of wood for farms. So they want the berries. And you also want to eat your berries early. Eat your berries first, because that's an undefended resource. Currently, what Luigi Mario's undefended resource? This deer and these wood. And that wood can be walled off if so wished. I don't know why they aren't walling off. If someone loses all their vills to wood, I'll be very disappointed. And here we see the house die. I think did they wall themselves in? I think they either ran home or wall themselves in the wood lane just to keep them safe. Okay, we see rushing up walls down by Mordred. Will they get there in time? Luigi doesn't know that the wood line's here. Yep, walls come in right at the right time. Lucky. We don't see any wills die to scouts in the wood lines. These berry wills have walled themselves in. That's not permanent. That's not walled in. That ain't walled in. That's a deceptive hole. But Border scouts aren't doing any damage. You sort of want to be scouting. Keep furking. Keep finding ways to hole in. This is actually a good number of spears here. They shouldn't drift away. They should keep. Actually, we could actually not do it. 2 scouts can engage 4 spears quite nicely, especially when the scouts aren't paying attention. Yeah, that was a home. Didn't lose a vill though. I don't know why I didn't lose a vill. That must have realised in time. That's the thing. You always keep an eye on your military. Good top tip. So no spears yet for Khmer because they haven't built a barracks. Sometimes not having. They're hidden in the house. That's why. I forgot they could do that. You can't kill deers with scouts, Cosmin. Sorry, I didn't realise you right. You can't kill deers with scouts. Any other unit can, but scouts and monks can't kill deer. Include the Eagle Scouts in that. Even when they upgrade to light cav, I think they can't kill deer. Even upgrade to Hussar, they can't kill deer. So now we have some scout forays. Both of them unupgraded. No bloodlines. So yeah, fully unupgraded scouts. Is that a word? Fully unupgraded. So it's going to favour It's going to favour Luigi Mario with the numbers. Going to make Spears aggressive to defend this. That'll work, but I don't like to remove Spears from defence. Body was housed as well. Not great news. Going Wheelbarrow is not enough to get Q3 was out of Wheelbarrow. Realise that's the wrong. You want Wheelbarrow as the clicker. It's always nice to have Wheelbarrow into cast range because your TC is idle for so. I wouldn't say it's idle. It's just not making it. It allows you to bank more food quicker. Aggressive Spears, we're working. They're forcing the scouts, but here I would definitely like to see the scouts to split up. You need to care about those 5 scouts. So bring them, match your numbers with those 5 scouts there, and then send any others to raid. Forced to make more Spears. Actually, we see more Spears. Border's making the sensible decision to make more Spears in defence. That's not the right place for them. They should be there, or here either. See the engagement, that's going to be a clean up for Border Dude. I like that play. I don't like about Legion Mario. You need to. That's a full clear. Only lost 2 scouts out of that and kill with 4 spears. The other thing about spears, they can't really push Vills, so I don't like to see this much overcommitment with spears at the front. I definitely like to see them defensively. But as we see with our nice hindsight, there's no military left for Luigi. Luckily, the Khmer can hide in houses. I forgot that thing was thing. So that is a very weird, very in theory unsafe Veil, but if they can see it in time. But that's the problem with Khmer houses. You have to see it in time. Doesn't recognise in time. That's going to lose some HP. Gets in the house. Also, this goal isn't safe. House warning. The goal that's a denied house. I recommend building the house first and hiding it, but still no Vills have died though. These Vills are plucky buggers. I think that's a defeated house. I don't think that was a lead. I think that was destroyed. Let's check the stats. Statistics. Yeah, that was a destroyed building. Sadly, we see all these spears will die. This is the chance for Luigi Mario to rebroom with scouts, and they have done so. They've got 3 scouts, no spears. Not many spears. Where are the spears? They're at the front. 2 more in production out of panic. Second stable. That will get built. That will die. Nope. Luckily, the gold passed out of pathway. 1 spear is not enough to kill those scouts. You could definitely engage. Yep, engages. Right thing to do. Good choice. Panic making spears. Those spears are engaging a Vil. So those Vils are engaging a spear. We see more Vil kills. Because that Vil won't die. You can just if it could micro and hop in the house and just save it. But we might get a Vil kill. A Vil goes down, and Luigi Mario can't find anything to hit. I like that goal. I actually like that safe goal. I don't think Luigi Mario hasn't scouted that. That's good map sense. No overchop either. That's good. These scouts can't get any damage. The thing is that those Vils on the outside, that's not good for those. Yeah, they run back home to build in. How are these Mill Vils doing? They're weak. But I think they're going to get away with it. The 3rd stable, that's a bit too risky. That's a weak film. There's no point doing the 3rd stable. Castellet, Bloodlines is kind of a bit late. 2 knights on the field. Kamara no way up there. This is full feudal by Luigi Mario. Panic into full feudal. I think that wasn't the right call. I think you both have to go into. I mean, I don't mind this, but when someone's fully walled up and able to make scouts quite easily, it's not always great to rebuild scouts. Now you have 8 scouts against knights, against Lithuanian knights. Enough wood to build a monastery. Will we see a monastery anytime soon? We got the wood for it. We got wood for TC as well. Wouldn't mind TCing that. Can't build a wood for 2 TC because of the outposts. So we see the knights engaging in the fight. Husbandry's not in, so those knights are going to suffer, but that point ignored. Force an engagement. Attack the army. Attack the sort of base. Force an engagement. Scouts do a surround. 1 knight goes, 1 scout goes. The rest of the scouts are very weak. Like to see more knights in play. Some more aggressive scouts. Is that a lion or defense? Okay, scouts in return, but it's the wrong time for scouts. So unfortunately, scouts can't kill knights. Sorry, spears can't kill knights. One time to make spears. One time. But the castle age is coming in. It might not be too much of a loss. The changing up times. We see this lovely TC in the wood line. Perfect spacing. Didn't have to delete the lumber camp for it. No, always nice to keep your resources safe. Still would like to see a monastery. Still would like to see the stable finished. Like to see a TC here or somewhere here-ish in the area. Just to maybe there. Just to keep some secure farming area. Just to make sure there's a big like continuous blob of base rather than pockets. Pockets are always dangerous. See some scouts. See some spears die to TC. See the knights engaging the scouts. Yeah, that's an easy clear. Luigi Mario runs away to the TC. Castle 18, what do we see? Do we see chunks or do we see knights? Chunks are the right call if you're able to afford them because they do well against knights, but can't afford them. Can't afford knights either. Buys away some gold. Do we see chunks or knights? Chunks or knights? Chunks or knights? Come on, make a stable unit. Oh, we see knights. Okay, the knights being cleared in the base, but I definitely like to see an elephant. Definitely see our focus of spears down here if you can. It's not engageable, non-engageable. We're forging two knights and 3 spears is enough to defeat that. When some knights come into play, a different story entirely. The stable's not built. I guess you need to buy starting to put a TC. Okay, that explains why there's only 2 TCs. Khmer can build 2, but definitely build 1 TC. Think about a second. There's a good TC spot here. Very good. Not getting overchop. No, not getting an overchop, which is good. Good to see. Not getting no overchop there. So they're only wood lines. That's the most risk of being overchopped. Border dude's getting lots of light pay. We've seen that Border dude has trouble committing to a push. So Luigi Mario likes to. Yes, finally, my first chunk of the day. We see that lovely pixelated chunk. All hail chunk. Definitely want to see some hype for chunks in the chat. Obviously, it's difficult to deal. It's not the best map for chunks, but we do like to see it. You even see a monk for the Khmer before the Lithuanians. We'll see some nice house walls. And the chunk defense. If he gets enough battle elephants, you really get some pushes going. You're really good to push with some elephants because it forces monk defense. Suits monk or pike defense. Yeah, look at that. That's 9 to elephants, 270 HP. Right, Biz, yeah, there's an open map. That's why I don't favour elephants. That's why I didn't like Khmer as an option for this matchup, because it's not a fast thing. You want to be moving. Look at blues encampments. TC there, TC here, TC there. Very open, very mobile, very mobile base, very mobile army with all these knights. What do we have? Khmer, monk, elephant. Not a mobile base. Very enclosed, very protective, very defensive, very immobile units. It definitely looks like in Border Dude's favour. If they can get some knights out, get enough relics, get some relics. They can get some relics on the field. That could be absolutely killer. Get some Lithuanian knights. So difficult to stop monk Lithuanian knights. I like this barracks. It's a nice, interesting barracks. Didn't see a wheel go forward for Khmer, but converted. I mean, monks making their way out. Maybe consider Hussar Scout Light Cav. You see Monk Elephant. What do you think Monk Elephant? You think Counter Monk? You're the better monks. All in Monk. Let's see, lots of monks fighting. What bonus damage? What against buildings? Elephants or knights? I'm not sure what unit you're talking about, Cosman. When you say they, quite a few against bonus damage buildings, but I don't know if elephants are one of those. Chonkers, battle elephants, okay. I don't know. I don't think it's much, but I can have a look for you. +7, I think, or +5 or something like that. Elite battle, it's +4, sorry, +4 against all buildings, stone and otherwise. Yeah, +4 against buildings, so you could push, but this map isn't really a slow push map. You can do it, it's just very tricky. You need to be very well fortified with lots of defensive castles if you ever want to think about slow pushing. We see light cav. I mean, I like the light cav. I like the light archers. Good against monks. You haven't seen a monk yet for Lithuanians, but it's always something to think about. When you're going elephants, that's often the easy counter. So scout elephant, light cav elephant is a good pull, but I think you need more elephants than 2. Either commit on the elephants or commit on the knights. You don't really want to mix both because it's a bit awkward. So we see a 4th TC, a 4th TC here. This light cav's going to see them. We're going to see the monk. Do you pick off the monk? It doesn't really matter. It takes so long to convert it. Do we see a conversion? No, we don't see a conversion. We see a monk go down. We see a Vil go down. Some Vil kills at least on board Luigi's side. Hasn't lost many Vils yet. So good to get some monks. Knights come in. Elephants get converted. That's why you need monks part of your push, and also to convert the elephants. Yeah, we see it convert back. I was thinking about elephants. You can easily convert elephants back. I have played Command Lithuanian matchup before against Jewel. If he watches back, hi Jewel. Oh yes, we do see. Oh yeah, we do. But I forgot that was an option. Oh, it died. We almost could see. Yeah, because I played Command against the Lithuanians before, and I just went full battle elephant monk, and I won. Okay, we see a siege. Okay, GG's called. Lost all the army. That's what we to commit. Yeah, and three stable knights works. And this was 2 stable elephant / knight / stats things / light cav. So yeah, outproduced. Command practic doesn't work. Hi Jewel. Remember Command versus Lithuanians? Well, this time the Lithuanians won, as opposed to us playing when I beat you as Command. I'm going to run that in all the time because I beat you in a game. I don't usually beat you in a game. So yeah, a game on the board for Border Dude. We see a game on the board. Lithuanian, such a good landman, the Civ. I was worried that Kermer was a curveball pick, which I would like to see on Northern Isles. So I don't know why Luigi Mario picked it here. I think out of their Civs, I think something like Mongols is the clear pick on this map. I feel like Mongols was the clear land madness pick, so I'm not sure why Mongols weren't picked here, and it suffered. They suffered. That could have been a quite easy clear, to be honest, because Mongols I do think do counter Lithuanians quite well. Get some Mangudai ball going. Difficult for Lithuanians to stop that, because monks don't really stop with Mangudai don't stop with Kavacha play in general. So yeah, that's another game done. Let's keep it moving, keep it flowing. Haven't got all day here. Next map. Overlay time. Overlay. Don't forget overlay. So I've crossed off those maps. Crossed off those civs. Yeah, there they are. So we have the next map, which will be Luigi's home map. So what is Luigi's home map? Is he going for first? It's Monocle. Monocle's first. So how are people's monocle views? Monocle favourites? We'll have some clear monocle civs around, and they are Japanese. Japanese is the clear monocle. It's like the top tier monocle civ if people want to tier them. So we definitely have Japanese as the favourite here. So outside of that, Vikings potentially. I've played Vikings against Vikings. Mongols can do really well. For Border Dude though, it's difficult. Careful, beekeeper, with how you write your words. Some things can't be shortened, sadly. But you do think Japanese. I'm gonna ban that so I don't get attacked by Twitch or YouTube for writing that. But yeah, be careful how you write down civs. Some civs can't be shortened. So you think Huns though? You said that in the Huns. I like Huns here. I've also played Huns. The short term for Japanese is unfortunately a racial slur, so please don't say that. The short name for Japanese. Just an FYI, you're going to have to write Japanese out in full. It's unfortunate. It's one of the only civs that does it. That is actually used as a racial. The shortened word is used as a racial slur. Unfortunately, there aren't many civilizations just in general in the world which that happens. Civilization in the game which actually happens to. But fortunately, it's one of the ones which is. So always write out Japanese out in full. Obviously, Cumans is also difficult to write out in short, but for different reasons. But you think Huns. I like Huns. I've played against Huns. I've played against you as Huns. I can see why you like Huns. I've played as Tatars against you, so that's my standard monocle civ because I don't really have any many options. So Border has both of those. So Huns or Tatars could see a play. Mayans as well in theory. So it's such a good archer civ. Archer civs do work on this if you're lucky enough. Mayans could work, but we'll relay it. Relay it. We'll release it, review it, whatever the word is, and it's Japanese Tatars. So I would have preferred Huns here. You would have preferred Huns here, Cosmin. But it is Tatars, which is well, I have Tatars. But yeah, we both would have preferred Huns, mainly because you beat me as Huns against Tatars. So it was like, yeah. I mean, if Tatars could work, they could do really well. I had chances in our game, especially in Feudal Age. I was doing really well. I just couldn't defeat the board in time. I just couldn't get my own Cavalry board because if Tatars get a Cavalry board on their own, they're actually better than Huns because of Silk Armor. That even with the Huns firing bonus, Tatar Silk Armor with 3 Parthian and 3 Thumbring do actually beat Hand Cavalry. I just couldn't get that mass against you. That might be a thing what Border Dude's thinking as that option as well. But Japanese, obviously, I also have good Cavalries, but Japanese are mainly known for their cheaper mills. Very good at Monaco, cheap mills. You want to mill this fish? Get that fish. We see who Rich Scout wins. Border Dude wins, Luigi doesn't win. I'm not going to see any laming though in this map. And Luigi puts like a nice umlaut as a very shocked face. But the Border Dude wins a Scout war, but we're not going to see any Scout laming here. It's very rare we see a llama herd by a villager there. It's a very rare use of a villager herding llama into the TC. Yeah, you won't see any boar lames. Where's the other boar lure? Both boars in the back. So what we see, some interesting things in this map. Will we see the bull lures first or the mill fish first? Because if you can get the early mill fish, it's really quick. If you're able to get a mill early on, it's really good. It's really good to get that fish food in first. Or do we go for bills because it's safer? I like this start. The scout is scouting. Oh, they might lose a llama for it. Oh, definitely prefer, if you're with a dead scout, I definitely prefer scouting this bit at some point. If your scout's almost dying, this is definitely the best bit to scout. You want to see where your stone is, where your safe gold is, where there's any like safe homes or berries. It's always something that people forget to do in Monaco, but once you in Castle Age, you're going to have to think about expanding to the outside. So yeah, I definitely prefer to have that scouted, and obviously Luigi Mario can't do that. We see a mill down first for Japanese. Japanese cheaper mill is easier to see why. Border Dude is focusing on the walling out the enemy. I'm not sure what Vil was doing. I think I was maybe thinking about laming, but I think I saw that the ball was taken and there was a close ball this side. No Vil died to a ball. It would look very messy, that ball lure. Looked very messy indeed, but I think everything scraped through in the end. So yeah, we're seeing. I think that doesn't effectively wall out, unfortunately. I don't know if he doesn't see it all. Yeah, he couldn't see all of that. Oh, now was the time to delete it. The second best time to delete it was now. The best time was about 5 minutes ago. Do not delete that. I hit it with a second one. That's a perfect houseable. That's 1 house distance. So I don't love that waste of food. Makes the mill go down a bit slower and a bit less like focus on the mill. Yeah, I had to do the perfect house anyway. That's a useless house, I believe. Yeah, that's a safe wood line. But Border Dude, yeah, thinking about walling. Any point they could delete those houses and just go vroom and rush. So Luigi should really match that as well. Match the defender. That's not defensive. That's not fully defended yet. I think that's not defended, and it can open up through there. That's also not defended. Barracks there. I don't dislike that. Going barracks, going to forward barracks is always dangerous. If they start warring it does slow your momentum. The best thing about this sort of map is the man-at-arm rush the mill rather than the wood line. So having to put away from them, further away from them, a lot of walking around. But it doesn't look like Boiler's going to wall this bit out, that bit out, this bit out, or even just this is still a good path. It's still the fastest path to the mill as well. So it works out, and Border dude, Luigi Man's clicked up. Cheaper wood, less on wood. Got a very lot of wood here for Border dude. Sorry, Luigi's clicked up first. Less on wood, can get it quicker. Border dude has not. Got a lot of wood though. Also gone for a Ford barracks, well, Fordish barracks. Got confused what to do. Ran out of wood. Can't build anything. Bit panicky now. Definitely recommend more on fish. 6 on fish. Definitely think about just putting a bit more. If in doubt, put more on fish. You want to get the fish done as quickly as possible. I know that there's like infinite fish, but get as much fish as possible because it's your most vulnerable resource. So if you get some fish before you scale off fish, that works very well. So yeah, that's always a good shout. Sorry, I'm having a quick drink. Feudal time's not too different. Border's got a lot more TC idle time, to be honest. So if they hadn't had the idle time, would have been able to up quicker. But I got maybe a bit panicky when the scouts were involved in fighting. A bit panicky, a bit messy ball law. Not the cleanest up time, but yeah, if they didn't have the idle vil time, they would have aged up at 20 potentially at the same food. So. Definitely the Luigi Mario, definitely the ballpark. Also got some free militia, which are taking the long way. I feel like you could have taken the short route. I think that's... Oh, that is wallable, sorry. Yeah, that's a very... Yeah, even that's wallable. Even that's safe. Even that's unprotectable. No, I think you can walk through that. You can definitely walk through that. They definitely took a long way around those militia. Potentially, I didn't 100% see them. We see a stable from the Tatar. We see an archery range from the Japanese. Standard, to be honest. I mean, with this setup, Tatar archery range is always difficult. If you can get the blob, it's really good to get a blob of archers. It's easy to deny that. It's very open, like the previous were open, and no spears yet. Spears are always useful. I think if you're trying to wall yourself out of the fish, it's very risky because these fish don't have much food on them. I mean, it's more than a berry bush. But look, you see this vil is wandering out into danger. These vils are unprotected. Look how much protection has to be done to wall this out, and some of it might accidentally be unwallable. So if you see the man-at-arms finally making their way through, important viewing. This vil dies. It's trapped. F in the chat for that vil. These vils. I mean, I would like to run to the TC rather than the other vils, but I guess combination of some vils plus scouts could finish it off. I think 1-for-1 man-at-arms versus scout. I think is in favour of the man-at-arms. Because of the Japanese, let me click on them. Yeah, man-at-arms are faster attacking, so they attack just as quick attack reasonably quick enough speed to a scout, and then the extra attack as well. So they trade well. So getting the vils involved is really good. Only lost one vil there. Man-at-arm push failed. Not bad clear up, and then spears in defence. Yeah, right thing to do. Make some spears. Border is not making spears. Right decision. Yeah, hasn't seen any scouts yet by the Japanese player. So all in all. Good decisions here, good decisions all round. I don't like that mill, prefer it here, but sort of protected. For the first 3 scouts coming, it's 2 spears, that's more than enough. We've seen my madness rants millions of times. 2 scouts is enough to kill 3, 2 spears enough to kill 3 scouts, let alone having 4 archers here. This is the time where Border makes an archery range. This is the time where Border should have made an archery range to make skirms. You really want to deny that ball, and I'm painfully aware of how big an archer can come on Monaco, and if you ignore it and just think about going cavalry options, it's going to suffer. So definitely think about denying that as quickly as possible. And Border's doing good scout play, to be honest, making life difficult. I wish I had the sort of scout play. I feel this sort of double stable scouts is really good. Forcing a lot of scouts, forcing a lot of these spearmen are very out of position now. I mean, these are offensive spearmen. They've changed the offense. That one spearman's not enough to defend. That's not walled in at all. Even that's a walkable gap. That's why it's so difficult to wall in the fish. It's just not worth it. Okay, these vils are gonna. Will these vils die? That vil was the target. Didn't die. There's not enough spear here to engage. Having to actually use the archers on the scouts, not the vils. So yeah, saves the vils, loses a lot of army there. That's 5 scouts dead. The archers are going to be cleared up, which is good, which is also good. Don't like that mill. Definitely prefer to move this side of the game. Don't want to take resources closer to your enemy. We see more archers coming through. How many ranges is that? Just one, just the one still. Luigi's very good at reducing that at one range. But yeah, it's quite a bit of a queue going there. Tatar on a hill. Those archers aren't surviving long against Tatars on a hill. 2 archers dead. Archers are dying quicker than they're being made. That's not enough. Those faster attacking Japanese spearmen are also enough to dissuade. Helps any civ bonus helps in this gauge, but they're massively out of position. What are they doing? Those vills are going to die. There's forgings in as well, so the forging and the it's a lot of. Will we see a vill die? Yep, we see a vill die on downhill. Not bad. Abusing your hill bonus. That's why I like Tatars on this map. That's why I thought it'd be a good pick against Huns, Cosmin. I thought because they're such a good pick on this map. They're such a good. If you can get the hill, you get the game. I mean, maybe I should have done an Archer Blob to myself. To be honest, I think Archer Blob might work for Tatars. You just take the middle. You can just once you get Bracer, once you get Bracer, then you can just like shoot everything from the middle. You don't have to worry about going down in the undergrowths. Yeah, I got housed so many times, but yeah, in theory, if I could actually play Tatars well on this map, maybe I'll do a practice before my match. For my last if Monaco's fun, maybe I should do practice. If you want to practice, Cosmin, I know because you already lost, didn't you? Sad, you lost against Tag. Sad news. I can't remember if you were going through, but if you were going through, we could have practiced. I could have practiced some play against Tatars on this, and hopefully maybe do a better Monaco game. But I wouldn't want to. Like, if you're not free, that's fine. I might try against someone else. Yeah, maybe at some point. Yeah, it might be good. I might have different. I'd be thinking of evil Monaco strats, to be honest. I won't tell you them honestly, but I've forgotten them now. I was thinking of them like one night, like what can I do that's really evil in Monaco? And I was like, maybe that could work. We see some more scouts killing archers. Like this is not what Luigi Mario wants to see. He does not want to see the archer ball go down, especially not when they're clicking up to Castle Age. Like Border Dude's gone full feudal. This is very feudal. We've seen that last time in the first game we saw. We could do Sandway to time. If I kept losing now, I don't want to keep playing 7 though. I don't want to keep playing 7, and if I keep losing, I don't get any better. But there's a lot of archers dying. But we see a forever feudal again. A lot of scout pick, just like the first game, Hindustani versus Britons. And we saw that game. Luigi Mario managed to get the Briton ball rolling. But this game, will we see a change in tactic? If I get 1 win, yeah, it might be good. Yeah, AoEII qualified. Okay, we see a lot of damage now. This is the sort of thing that Luigi Mario dissuaded in the first game with a very well walled base. Not sure why he didn't wall that with like a gate or something. Look at them. This is forever feudal now for Border Dude. Well, I say forever. It's not. That's good. All these idle vills. There's crossbows here, but these crossbows, the bodkin's just about to come in, but there's enough scouts to be annoying. 8 vills gone, 9 vills. This could be GG very quickly. And to delete the lumber camp just to escape, that's just you just never see that, do you? Deleting your own lumber camp. Maybe that's 100 wood. That's 50 wood down the drain. It's Japanese. Maybe can they just willingly waste the wood? So all the scum's gone down or run away. So these scouts are going to find difficulty. Having to wall your enemy out to half your own base is not good. That's denying that diminishing gold, denying that wood. This wood's going to be an overcharge, but obviously that's fairly safe, well protected because it's defended the other side. And a few crossbows coming in now. Like Luigi Mario's got some crossbows now. Got some gold miners using the TC. I need a lot of eco though to try and get a. What's more important, getting crossbows out or killing scouts? And that's the decision that Luigi Mario is unfortunately having to make. If I do my secret evil strat, I might do that instead. Or I might test my evil strat and then fail miserably. I have to remember I have to remember what it is first, but I think about testing my evil monocle strat. We'll do it on a private, so if both is watching, you don't watch any wrecks between me and Cosmin. That's cheating. Actually, if I keep losing, just watch them. Watch me lose, and maybe I'll win again if we do play monocle. But yeah, this is not about this crossbow's getting quite a good shot. Got a good shot. These scouts are all very weak. These scouts aren't as threatening anymore. They can't easily kill a Vil. They're diving. Having to go back in the TC. Hasn't lost a crossbow yet. Losing 1, 2, 3, 4. Right under the TC. And escaping though, but 5. That's a lot of scout deaths. Castellan's coming in though. More scouts! Go knights! You're Tatars! You have knights, you have okay knights. You don't have to keep going scout, you don't have to keep going Lightcav scouts. You did this in the Hindustani game. What's your obsession with Lightcav? But that said, more of those going down, crossbows killing though. It's a 15 eco KD. This Feather Feudal's worked. That's interesting. That's a very lot of fish. When that fish goes down, you know, that's going to be a lot of idle. There's a lot of idle eco when that becomes threatened by crossbow playing. Never mind, the crossbows are walking down here into Tatars. Those are dead. Ugh, attack move, especially if you're going through your own base. Attack move. It's just as safe as anything. If you're trying to run for any bases, attack move is not the best because can't think of the word, because you just engage buildings. But yeah, if you're going for your own base, attack move, it's safer. We see more scouts. We see Lightcav come in. Chain barding, wheelbarrow, all important unit upgrades for Lightcav. Just want to see Lightcav on a wheelbarrow now. Crossbow mass, got 3 archery ranges. Can't really produce out of any of them. I mean, I definitely think about ungarrisoning these. You need a ball. You need enough of a ball to dissuade any sort of TC action. That's you can't even put a TC. Sorry, I think they sold all the stone to age up. That's so sad news. Yeah, having to buy stone for a TC. Idle eco. 10 villas behind. Only 10 villas behind though. So like, it's not ruinous. Obviously, that also wheelbarrow is part of that. Having to idle again. Lightcav will do a lot more damage. It's only Tatar Lightcav. It's not Polish Lightcav, so it's not going to be the best in the universe. But no ballistics isn't in, thumbing isn't in. These crossbows aren't going to do much killing of anything that's moving. TC gets denied, that's sad. GG scored. Game 5. I didn't wish there was a game 5, but it's a GG. You can see why this is whose home map was this? This was Luigi's home map. And didn't even pick like to be honest, picked the clear monocle Civ, but Tatars do be Tataring. Forever Feudal is a strat, but I think Bordeaux just likes his Forever Feudal. I think that's just a strat that benefits him as a player. Didn't work in Hyper Random because Luigi Mario walled himself out quite effectively, but there's nothing you can't do on this map. You can't wall yourself. Massive holes. You could have walled that, to be honest. Yeah, didn't wall themselves out, lost all their eco at home, and then even there they'd be walling themselves out of all the fish. So yeah, you don't really want to confine yourself in this game, you sort of want to expand out. And yeah, good game. Tatars do, look at the mills here, look at how many mills they built. 11 mil, 10 mil on the fish. That's absolutely insane. I'm only on like, not many on wood as well. I guess it's going just like full Lightcav works, 2 stable Lightcav, 3 stable Lightcav. Okay, that's game 5. It's 10-6. We got one more game to go. Hope it's not a long one. Northern Isles, that can't be a long map. But we've seen that. Like, what did they go in Northern Isles? Oh, overlay, quickly. Okay, I think it's in time. Okay, the map's taking a while to load. Okay, something's bugged. I think I accidentally paused the game before it loaded, so it's very weird. So we have a water game. You think Vikings? I think Vikings are a classic water civ. I think you've used up Khmer. Okay, my capture rate has crashed, so I'm going to have to keep loading. I'm just having to keep trying to not. Okay, let's where's the civ map? Where's the civ map? Vikings. My calculator keeps crashing. That's not good. Vikings, yeah, Vikings. I see. I think it's clear. We've seen Tatars. We've seen Japanese. Huns. I don't dislike Mayans, but Huns maybe. Okay, it's up. Okay, we're sort of ready. So I don't know what country he was doing there. Had a bit of the Vikings, Huns. I think that's what you're saying. I like that too, to be honest. We'll just get straight away. Mongols. Okay, we've seen the Mongols finally for once. You were half right. You were Huns right. Yeah, Mongols I don't like because you start with a free hut. What does that hut do? Does it give you extra 5 pop? That's funny. I wouldn't dislike Incas here because of the cheaper stone, Tower Rush Incas. But yeah, I think... Wait, who has Incas? A wrong person has Incas. Mayans. I wouldn't dislike Mayans because they're such a strong civ. But Huns maybe just for the power. Mongols is an interesting pick though. What are your thoughts on Mongols? Cosmin? Okay, Border Dude going for the aggressive ship scout, maybe trying to catch any sheep unawares. Meteor Arrow has been a bit semi-aggressive. I like Mongols here because you get safe deer. Safe deer is never bad. It's never bad to have safe deer. So, drinking. You also get 2 boars, and fish never hurts. Fish never hurts. That's the saying in all of Age of Empires. Fish never hurts. But yeah, neither civ is particularly brilliant on water, to be honest. Let's see what they're missing on water. Mongols are missing dry dock and elite cannon galleons, so not bad. Dry dock, fairly useful things. Huns are missing fast fire cannon galleons and shipwright. So late game, I favour Mongols on water, but I don't think it's going to go to late game to be honest. I think it's going to be much more land based. So yeah, water wise, Mongols have the edge. No, they don't. Whichever one I just said had the edge has the edge. The one I said one that has fast fire has the edge on water, and one that has cannon guns has the edge on water, if it goes that long. On land, however, not getting houses is such a good bonus. And Cosmin, you're like very pro Huns here because that's one of your like civs you like. In this best of 5, what will it go like? Well, how will things go? And there's a lot of things at stake here to qualify up. I know Finval's one of the ones to go for. I don't know who faces whom, but yeah, Mongols age up quicker with the hunt, eating the hunt, pushing in the hunt. I like the pushing the hunt. The scout's not really doing much in this map. Can't scout the enemy unless you land. So I do like the idea of pushing deer, all the deer in the universe. Go this side as well if you wish. 4 dock here by BG. 4 dock here by Border Dude. It's gonna be a water war. Yeah, late game Mongols win on water, but earlier, why do you think Huns? I guess you say win for who don't get because they don't get housed, don't they? They don't. I think that's all they really get because you can produce out all your boons without worrying about the extra wood. Yeah, Huns don't get that many upgrade. You only get 4 civ bonuses. Don't need houses. Better cav archers, better trebs, and better stables. It's only 4 things they get as their upgrades. Well, Mongols only get 4. Better cav archers, better light cav. I wouldn't say light cav, but the light cav units they have, like this thing that they literally specify as light cavalry. Better light cav line and better hunters. So both get very lax on the civ bonuses. But we'll see how it does. Yeah, more water mostly. Yeah, I'm getting that's pretty much their only eco bonus. It's their only eco bonus. It's really their only real bonus. Stables faster is very useful, obviously. But yeah, so they're only really like eco bonus. But yeah, Luigi's having a nice fun time trying to push the deer in. It's not going to work. It's like that wood line's very annoying. It's going to push it into the wood line. It's going to run around behind that other wood line. It's not going to be good. It's going to take a long while, but it's probably worth milling that deer, to be honest, rather than pushing. But I guess your sting out is not doing anything anyway. We see feudal up, fast feudal. That's why I like Mongols and early feudal, because they get it faster. And that's why I think fast uptime does benefit the Mongols here. Not only for the potential of landing, but for the potential of fire ships. How's their scoutings going? Has scouted the dock, and where's this? Has not scouted the dock, but has scouted the entirety of the bank, so it's like 4 dockers coming. Also Miss Loom. Hungarian Loom is interesting. Like, are they planning the landing? Do you think they're going to land? If they do, it'll definitely catch Luigi out of surprise before border lands. That would be very, very clutch. It's also very slow for you. It's fast castle territory. This is. It is fast castle territory on Vil count anyway. On eco count, ish. Vil count not so much, but it's much slower than the Mongol player, and it has banked a bit of food. Maybe not. It's maybe slow castle. Fast-ish. Yeah, you say that, but the last map was... I mean, I feel like if you win water, it's really beneficial. We've both gone 4 docks though, so it's like, why would you not go double 4 dock if you want to go to fight water? That's the thing. If you want to go landing into really like a safe fish boom, you go back dock because you have fish for longer. And by the time you've still got fish for the entirety until you land. We do see Yellow Scout landing, gave up and pushing. I don't dislike giving up and pushing. It wasn't pushable. We have triple fire ship production from 2 docks. This scout's on the thing. Loom was a good idea in the end. This scout we've now seen that transport ship is armed and dangerous with a villager. Literally brazen scouting there. So I wouldn't price it at the barracks at home immediately. Like you've had to have seen that. Okay, you're tracing that with your transport ship. You're trying to track there. Need a home barracks. Like yesterday. Yeah, the scout and will get dropped. If only there was Sicilians, you get the transport ship extra in this. Sees the fish, that's why I like back dock, because now you landed and you only got 2 on food. I don't know what that 2 that is. Where's your food bills? You got none on food. That's the thing, you got none on food, and now you're landing with none on food. We see a forward barracks. I don't like forward barracks, the barracks at home. Also, that cow's been taken. Literally just stealing the cow. Kill the house, go on, it's worth it. You'll house the Hun player if you kill the house. That's how it works, right? Kill all the Hun's houses, they get housed. Anyway, on water we see Luigi bit winning. It's earlier to feudal. That's why I think Mongols on feudal better. There is a Dockville Beharing, but against double fire ship it's not going to work. Run out. You can't commit to landing and to navy. Can't commit to food because you haven't milled the berries. You're going to lose on water. Yeah, you have to keep pumping out fire ships. You can't build a stable. You can just about build a stable. But you telegraph that there's infantry happening. You telegraph the landing. Bit too unfortunate. That was more unfortunate. You telegraph the landing. Also, that does not help. Scouting the TC does not help the landing happening. I don't know why Luigi isn't making units. You need spears. Like you have the eco for spears. I like using the transport ship to block. I like that. I mean, I think you should block the fire ships rather than just blocking the fisher ships from escaping. But yeah, Brody's going to strike off a food eco. Now I have to like panic mill the berries. Berries aren't very fast. That cow is just like cheekily wandered off. Double scouts, no spears. Ugh. It's a landing map, double stable. It's not looking good. This is how the first set we casted right at the start of the game. Hannes lost because he did not respect the landing. They ignored the landing and won water. And now we're going to see the same again. We're going to see Luigi lose because they aren't respecting the land and going water. You know it's one film. You saw it. I mean, you may not have seen it in the trip, but you have to like make some military to deal with that. You know that there are scouts in your base. You must have known that they transported a Vil up as well. I know you didn't transport a Vil, but that's what people do. They transport Vils up ahead. I mean, I do like the water fight. It's nice to see a lot of water fighting. Today, just in general, both sets have been very good on water fighting because they've front docked. I do like the back dock from Luigi. That's safe fish. Definitely can go for safe fish. Definitely better than what Hannes did. Hannes forgot to make any fish behind the water pressure. So I do like that. That's such a good tactic. I don't like the lack of making no military though. It's triple stable now. Sorry, double stable blacksmith. Like that is scary. You've killed the scout. Wow, there's one dead. There's 5 more coming. I'm not denying that. That's not an exaggeration. There's literally 5 scouts coming at some point soon, and they can afford just like to be really passive and just really build up their numbers. No demos though. Okay, we see them now in queue. Panic. Demos are usually panic. If you think you can win on fire galleys, you should definitely win on fire galleys. Demo is definitely a sign of panic. But there's 6 fire ships now. Good spread out, good micro. The micro. Yeah, that's not a good demo shot. Unfortunately, you use 2 demos to kill 1 fire. That's why demos are the panic mode, because it's always a bit of a waste. We didn't see demos before because I think they're busy trying to build buildings. Will we see one superville again? Will we see one build every single building in the map? Oh, we see a coordinating scout as well. That's the sad news about some sort of water pressure. Yeah. Like I was saying with like the archer blob meta, it's difficult to archer blob because so much micro has to go into all your feelings. Like I was talking about on Fosse, it's difficult to get archers going down. That house foundation has been denied. All these woodvilles have run away. There's a safe woodland at the back. Besides these spears, those spears came 5 minutes too late. You saw scout. You saw landing. You have safe. No, the least of transport should go down. So any sort of future landing might be difficult to do. So if you kill the ville, you kill the push. Spears are coming in. The quick warning that's out. The mill will is going to die, but you have safe fish boom in the back. So this is better than the first game. At least it's better than better than the first set. The North Island set. It's better than the first set there because at least Luigi Mario's got a safe dock, making lots of spears, and it's actually not over committing to kill the water. That's not bad committal. Like you can just if a fire ship gamer pops out, you know that's coming. And that means they're thinking about water again. Yeah, I don't dislike it's like, and also nice safe wall. Luigi likes their walls. Almost like that. That is a sad hole there. Right, a sad hole right there. But the spears are out. I mean, there's 5 spears, 6 coming. That's a good number of spears to deal with this push. Just need to kill the ville and everything's fine. It is just pure chaos. Every game's pure chaos. That's why the admins made this such a good map pool. I know I say good because I hate half the maps on it, but it is such good for content. So aggressive. Like, yeah, kill the ville. Taking the hunt. Kill the ville, kill the ville, kill the ville. No, kill the ville. Yes, they found it. The outpost is helping. Kill the ville. Don't ignore the scouts. Kill the ville. Yeah, I mean, yeah, probably have to respect that, but now you're scared. I mean, the ville is doing. Anyway, Luigi Mario's doing well in this pressure. Still lost less eco KD than body, equal because of the fishing ship difference. That's the first fishing ship's fairly equal, which is good, better than the first set, and able to click up to Castle Age much sooner. I don't like they overcommit. Actually, they overcommit the water. Yeah, you see the flag. I don't. Yeah, good idea. A couple more guys just in case. They'll garrison out before long. I definitely don't. I would prefer to back dock maybe by Border Dude if they were thinking about docking. Okay, the spears are engaging. That's a good number of spears. Those scouts are dying. Now the ville needs to die. Look at the food. It's getting entire ibex of the food. It's 140 food. Pretty much barely any. I mean, the rot's going to add up, but you have the outpost. You can almost see everything. Now we see a range. Like if the spears had killed that ville first, that range couldn't exist. Market. You don't need to market. You can go to Castle Age, but I think they need the second building. To be honest, there's no stable. Where's the buildings? I mean, there's only one. There's no. I still can't get clear. It hasn't got a second building. But yeah, the building is definitely wasting a lot of scouts needlessly. But also sort of has to respect that if the spears get to their ville, the spear is dead. Focus on the ville. Focus on the ville. But now the archer range is up. It's too late. The archer range is up. What is this ville doing? Gonna knock down the archer range himself, maybe. Okay, the last dock is dead. Almost dead. Don't see any archers yet, though. Like, the archer range is up, but no archers yet. Maybe Cav Archer play coming soon? Archer range up by Luigi Mario. I like that. Mongol Cav Archers are better than Hun Cav Archers. What are you saying me to again, to Cosmin? I'm not following the chat every single 6 seconds, sorry. I'm not always following chat, so yeah. What are you agreeing to? But yeah, I do like Luigi Mario Stabilize, Castle Age. Yeah, Border is wasting a lot of Scout Cavalry again. Just keep it home, keep it defending your Ville, go for the archers, and then when the archers are out, then you can push. Tower, we see a tower. Do we see a defensive tower? Yep, we see a defensive tower. That tower's not surviving. One Ville tower does not win you games. Deletes the tower. I still think tower's a good play though, because oh no, keep the tower because there's archers coming. But then I mean, counter tower. I mean, I don't. Yes. Can you see this one? Yep, you can see it. Another tower. I mean, wait. Actually, to be honest, yeah, just wait. It's going to take so long to go out. You can rush it out much quicker. I definitely like that idea. Castle Age is coming in for border. Forging was happening, then it stopped happening. Counter tower, counter tower, counter tower, counter tower, counter tower, counter tower. You have the stone. Oh, you don't have the wood for counter tower. What are you doing? You had all the wood. You made final fishing ships. You didn't debate that fishing. You have to focus on the. Also, another player who doesn't. Oh, you hate some of the maps, yeah. Also, another player who isn't respecting the land so much and just thinking about water. You need to redock first. That's not bad. I mean, yeah, the tower's useless, but yeah. What are they doing? Archery range, making archers, but like that. Too many archers for the Mongol player. You can start denying some of your docks. Okay, I mean, I love this fishing boom. I love the fishing boom, and I also love the Knights farm transition. Like this is very risky. And the scout's almost broken through. Let's keep an eye on this. Ignore that. Ignore that. Those archers. Let's see the scout. The scout's free. Doesn't realise it. Archery range wall. What's an archery wall range? Scouts are coming in. 5 more villas have died since the last thing. The scouts are dying. Light cabs come in. Probably at the wrong time because all those scouts have died. No micro for the scout. No micro for this scout. Border likes their scout micro, but crossbows. Not really got the. I can't do anything. Can't make it. Yeah, I mean. Sell food, I guess. You're only using one TC, 16 food. This feels now making a TC. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. This Ville. These Villes have to die immediately. Kill the forward Ville. It rhymes. You don't need to have to think about it. It rhymes. Kill the forward Ville. You have to do it. Otherwise it built every single build in the game. We saw it in the first set. The Ville built a monastery, stables, blacksmith, castle. It built a castle on its own. It built lumber camp, it built houses, it built siege workshop, it built everything in the first set. They're repairing that palisade even though you can just walk out. I don't know what that is up to. Luckily, Luigi's got some crossbows, killed off the archers. Crossbows in return. TC at the back, that's a good TC. Not good for resources, but it's good for like safe wood. I think it's something they need in the wake of knights and scouts. Mongols can make camels. Luigi can't, no stables. But Mongols and things, I think they can make camels. Huns cannot make camels. Main difference between the two. It's a very similar sims as you think, but that's like one of the main crucial differences between them, to be honest. The difference between Huns suffer against some. It's difficult to go full cavalry when the player has camels, and that's might be a way that Luigi Mario can turn it around by making camels. But honestly, this amount of archer pike works too. I never actually played an All-Alliance. I've played a Grand Fosse set because I think that works better. Okay, this TC, yeah, nice garrison, nice awareness there. Second armor coming in. We'll see a loss of a light cav. Going to wall in the back. Need to wall the other one. Need to wall the other one. Need to wall the other one. Do we see a wall? Do we see? Yep, just enough time to warm. Will we see a wall this side? They're continuing. Wall, yep. Oh no, that wasn't walled in. Your villagers do you want to just defeat each other back? Oh, it's so annoying. It's so awkward. All these votes are dying. I think she could run that way, but yeah, run to the TC safer. There's a good ball of crossbows now. There's a manga now as well, so maybe there's no point. Now the villas are multiplying. They've bred those villas. The villa's split off into lots of little villas. Killing the tower's not going to work. Need a repair ville and not with light cav in the field. This scout is now free to actually do anything. It's free to do. It's free to be very annoying, to be honest. There's no minute. There's one stable at home, and that's just only recently. But look at this. Look at this eco. It's a mess. It really is a mess. But this TC is very good to help that. Okay, we see some crossbows finishing off the scout. The mangonel will survive. Just crossbows had to defend the mangonel. Will we see stable units? Stable units are the key for Luigi, I think. I think stable siege is the key. Whether it's going to be camels, knights, light cav, I think that's the key at this point. You've seen the army. You've seen the enemy has skirms. They have a tower. That's a good position to be honest. That's a good way to actually might mangonel down that tower. Well, the Ville died. A very good position there, but I think the tower goes down first without repairing it. And Bonanza can repair it, but I don't think it wants. They want to. The scout's still not doing anything. Nothing new, different. Nothing changed in water. Where's the navy? Navy's doing. It is good patrolling, to be honest. Good patrolling and see if there's any going to be redocking. But I like to see some units here. To kill these, you could burn these knights to death. Just burn them all. Step Lancer. No, I don't dislike it. I don't love it. Obviously, I would like to see some stables for a start. Oh, cav archers like your Mongols. You have a cav archer bonus. Your opponent has. You need. I think that's, both players have just been lacking. They've been lacking on particularly Luigi. Have been lacking on their civ bonuses. Nice mango train. That's good for Luigi. That's good for that because obviously they're the ones with archers in the field. But I think Luigi's been one of the players like they haven't really been focusing on their civ bonuses. I think both players have been really lacking on the civ bonuses. Particularly in the first set as well. A lot of things they've been picking civs for vibes rather than for actually exploiting them to their best potential. So stables for Mongols is always a good idea because not just because you have really good cav archers are really good because you're a cav archer civ, but I think stables because you have really good options. You have like 4 options for stables: Scouts like have knights, camels, step lancer. So you have 5 options, I think, for stables. I think you have all of them. Yeah, 5. So you have such good options for your stable units. So I don't see why you don't go into them. Maybe they don't get camels. Maybe just get steppies instead. I can't remember how many units are. I think it's 5. Yeah, it's 5. They get all 5. They get a full complement of stable rows. So I definitely think it's wise to go into a stable if you have such good range. That's why Gujal is such a good civ. You have 3. You have 3 options for your stable. They're so good options. Hussar, Stravamsha, camels. That's why you can just tech into any of them. That's why Gujal is such a good civ because they have such. You can tech into all your units from one building. And I think Mongols can exploit that. Huns are really good at that as well. Well, they're okay at that. I think they get steppies as well. They don't get steppies, and maybe less so, but I think they do get steppies. Or maybe you meant steppies for the Hun player. That works too. I don't think they do get steppies. I think it's just Cumans, Mongols, Tatars. But if Hungars should get steppies, just in principle, to be honest, because they're a step civ. They ruled the steppes in the olden times. They should definitely get step lancers. That was a good mango shot there. Killed 2 knights. Unfortunately, it was Borderdu's mango that killed his own knights. But yeah, good micro here by Luigi. They definitely jumps in my face that they're an archer player. Obviously, picking Britain's first is massive alarm bells that they're an archer player, but they're showing off their archer worth here by microing against split micro against the mangonels, shooting down the knights, pushing down the vills. Well, it'd be interesting to see if that Midu has the APM to it. It's a counter landing because look, there's nothing at home. There's outpost rushing, I guess, to defend that. Some knights at home to maybe that's what Bordu is thinking. There is going to be a landing. Hello, Jewel, you're back. This is the final game of the day. I can actually say that for guaranteedness because it's game 5 of a best of 5. Okay, that mango didn't get shot off. The crossbows lost a lot of crossbows. The monk's not gonna. There's no monks in play yet, sadly. Lucky that gold's safe. Well, I think the mangoes could go here, but okay, the fishing ships are also in danger. And Finns are very resilient, surprisingly resilient to mango shots. You see a monk's going for the knight. Yep, that's going to be a conversion. It wasn't a conversion. That's sacrilege. That is. main definition of the word sacrilege, that the monk did not get a conversion there. But sadly, yeah, Luigi's crossbow boys died. They were doing so well, and now they're being tower rushed by one vill here. This is not good. This is not good for Luigi. But the counter landing happened. I said it should happen, and it has to happen. Castle Mangadai. That's going to be. Will we see a base trade? Well, we'd like to see is this island being dropped there because Luigi can do this. It's got naval control. Take the island. See, double castle, one from either side. This castle's more deadly because than this one, but this one is very annoying. I'd like to see this back in the transport ship at that point, and then like into the what's it called, onto the center island, onto here. We see a lot of knights, a lot of vills, and all these vills here. How many vills are here? 13 vills. They came from one vill landed and built all of this. Only one vill. But 10 opportunities to kill it. Knew it was there. About 10 times knew it was there. Always kill the Ford Ville. That's my rhyme of the day. Kill the Ford Ville. Because both games have been lost, or currently lost, because the Ford Ville was not killed at any appreciable time. Doesn't mean that no one built any army. The defender player didn't build any army to deal with the Ville. Didn't build any spears. Knew a landing was there, saw the scout running around, didn't build a single spear, didn't do a single scouting, didn't bring their scout home to check either. Okay, we see all the Hunnic Knights have come home. Oh, they haven't come home, they've just been coming out of the stable, to be honest, but the vibes that they've come home to see what's up, and they got like, oh my god, what's happening here? I like this AI army here. 8 crossbow, 3 monks, 2 spears, 2 knights, 2 mangadai, 1 scout cav, 5 fire guys, 1 transport ship, and 10 fishing ships. A nice AI army comp there. Mangadais will do really well here, but you need more vills. All those vills have just died. You need to keep it, and the die of a TC denial. That's unfortunate, very unfortunate. Doubt TC right here. You need to land more vills in. But the good news is the forward push is really faltering. So finally, and they're converted knights. I thought like finally Luigi built a stable, but no, they're just converted knights. Converting some vills as well, it's always nice to hear. Rushing down a tower with vills, rushing down 2 towers of vills, that's good. That's good play here all around. This is slightly unfortunate play. I mean, yeah, that castle's going down, but not without a lot of those knight. Yeah, the transport has gone out to pick up more vills. I like that. Garrison the castle, kill the thing. Maybe so maybe that TC might survive. Get some more mangadai out. Keep your push going and try and deny your enemy's push. That's the play of the game. Oh yeah, my vills get kill forward vills or vills get kills. Okay, that's a double rhyme. That's a complete rhyme of the entirety of the day's casting. Kill forward vills or vills get kills. Because these vills have got a lot of kills. Maybe because that tower's got like idle vills and towers. Okay, a lot of micro now in this game. So many things to think about. Redocking has happened. The fire ships have not been productive with their scouting. Fire ships have gone down in number as well. I think the castles killed a lot of the fire ships. Like you're casting your enemy's docks. That's so annoying because you can't safely build ships out of it. I guess the castle might have more things to worry about than fishing ships, but now we see Tarkans. Tarkans. We like to see. We like to thump with the Tarkan blade. They really do. They have a very good bonus against. They're good at elephants against buildings, I believe. I think maybe even better than elephants against buildings, and they have the mobility of a knight and the upgrades of a knight and the arm and the attack and armor of a knight, basically. That's like joined its friends. Monk defense against Tarkan. It works. It's not going to be rape. I think if there's a lot of APM to focus on monking, that's the problem. Yeah, that fire ship attack dying, the fire ship's running out, redocking's happening. You may need to get more vills, landing with knights. Not bad at all. Tarkan raid got thwarted, there's now 3 Mongol Tarkans. But knights come, not enough monks. The monks in the monasteries and castles, that's probably the chief target. But the push, the forward vills here managed to get Safe TC. It needs more Mangudai. Where are the Mangudai? There they are. 3 Mangudai. I don't know if you heard my neck crack, but I did crack my neck there. Let me know if you heard my neck crack while I cracked it. But quick, get some good conversion.